Yeah, remember they also won that last game, right? So it's like very similar. They won the last game, didn't manage to hit that first place, which is tough, right? That's rough for any team, especially coming back to back. But the champions on the region, Spiker, Fab, and Chemo, man, in that final game, Chemo had such a good solo clutch. He then went live on stream and it showed the whole thing. He was super, super happy. And what I loved is, like, I went straight up to his stream afterwards. He was hyped up. He got the Axe of Champions instantly. He was straight into creative and he was freaking out about it, right? He was loving it. It's so good. Like, I swear, a lot of the people they love the Axe of Champions almost more than the title of winning and being a champion, and also the money.
No, most definitely, right? Like, you see players on Twitter just like, yeah, when am I getting my Axe of Champions? Not when am I getting the prizing, nothing about the money, nothing about the fame and the recognition. It's when do I get the Axe of Champions? That's what, you know, the real prize is, especially with the way Zeke hypes it up, right? How could you not want it? You can see there in first place, right? This is what I was talking about. 3 points being the difference between first and second. Very fine margins. And look, we expected something like this. When you looked at the standings of OCE after day one, we knew it was going to be anybody's to take. We knew it was going to be a tight affair. It didn't disappoint. OC was a great to watch. You know, I had to wake up really early to catch it, but it was worth it. It was incredibly worth it. OC was really, really fun. Congrats to all the players who were able to steal some prize, not steal prizing, but to be able to win some prizing out of OC.
Absolutely. Now, gents, we got to talk about EU, and we need to kind of recap some things that happened yesterday. Seti, Cammy, and Teak setting an unprecedented score, 235 points in just 6 games on day one yesterday. Now, Levin, Reese, do we think this trio can kind of continue that momentum? Can they continue this reign of absolute just dominance, this ridiculously, we've never seen anything like this before performance?
Well, they'd have to have a massive blunder to not be able to do that, right? Something would have to go terribly wrong for them to not retain first place. This is a trio I'm so happy for, right? A trio that stuck together throughout the whole year. And Reese, you know, this is something I've always talked about. I was so excited at the start of the year to be able to watch trios from the start and see how they progress throughout the year. Hasn't been able to happen due to many trios splitting up and whatnot, but these guys have stuck together and they are reaping the benefits in the final big FNCS of the year where, you know, it just looks phenomenal. I don't think anything's going to change.
Yeah, and I think that's like the story arc that me and you both want, realistically. The team who's stuck together, been so good all year. One of the very many few teams who've stuck together all this time. And now in the final FNCS of the year, obviously before the Grand Royale, they managed to pick up first. Like, this would be such a good story. If we look at their spotlight stats from the previous day, obviously 20 plus games that they had, they lead across all regions and players, the most 20 plus games. Same, their average placement, they had the best average placement on every single region. They managed to get 0 games where they were on height. They won 2 games, 2 victory rounds, and they didn't even hold height for a single part of any of those games because that's not in their playstyle. If you've watched them at all, they're a very low to mid team as well. And overall points, 235. Like, the winners from last season on the same format in EU had 295. So it's like they already have 235, 60 points behind that. It's nuts.
And we saw a team get a 60-point game yesterday, right? With Diox's trio. So it's not impossible for them to just total last season's point final winning record after game 1. Like, that would be absolutely insane. But I'm really excited to see how these guys do, because I think a lot of people look at them and go, this is the low ground team. He talks about them not having height in any of those games and winning games from height. You know, that's not something we see commonly in the EU. We've seen great low ground teams in other regions. This is sort of the one team that people go, could be that great low ground team in EU. And they're finally showing that off in this competition. Really going to set, you know, a big example for a lot of the other teams. Now, anybody that wants to play low ground will be bothering these guys, right? And rightfully so, they're so good.
And I think I've talked about the story arc for them across the entire year because they are one of the only teams who've had that story arc, like we said earlier. But the story arc just this season has been great because they've looked not good, right? Well, I think we'll both happily say that they've not looked good this season when we come to their qualifiers so far. When I was looking at the predictions of them, they were contested, obviously, originally, but I also didn't even put them in my top 10. They yesterday, have turned up. They've showed up. They've put on an absolute show and shown, like, we shouldn't have doubted this team at all. We should have put them up. We should have known that in every single set lobby finals like this, like, they are going to perform to the level that we should expect.
Absolutely. Let's get a bigger picture here. Let's take a look at the standings as we prepare for these games. So remember, we got another 6 ahead of us. But yeah, just to kind of put it in numbers, a 60-point lead starting off the day, right? You look from top to bottom, first to 10th. That is over 100 points difference. All right. So there's no doubt in my mind at the end of today, they will absolutely be potentially in your top 5, right? I feel like if everything were to go terribly wrong, I couldn't see them outside of top 5. But, you know, I want to see them continue I'm just like, there's really no way to properly quantify this because we've never seen this happen before, you know? Like, it's so weird, but I'm like all for it. Let's see more of that.
Fortnite fan, when Zeke is struggling for words, you know something is really off the chain, right? Like, you know something is off the scale. It's a dazzling performance, right? It's the kind of thing that you don't see very often. These kind of things come around, you know, very rarely, it seems like. These sort of historic performances, you know, I don't know if it eclipses. I know yesterday I was getting a bit excited and I'm saying, oh, this is similar to Booga at the World Cup, you know, different stakes, different scenarios, but this is definitely the kind of performance that, you know, is in the history books. People will talk about this many seasons to come because it is, you know, it's just so insane.
Look, I don't want to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy, okay?
Oh, no.
Season, I kind of like being that guy sometimes. Chapter 2, Season 5. They were first, but only by a margin, 4 points, right? Day 2, the whole game plan switched up for other teams, and they ended up managing to push around where Camisette and Teak were. Now, in previous seasons, their split was way wider, right? So players could easily more take advantage of that. I don't want to see that happen this time, right? From Diox's team, who's in second so far, like I mentioned earlier, a 17 elimination victory royale will be the difference between those two, right? And these guys absolutely are capable of that. It's like, you know, when you think about, 17 elimination victory royale, you're like, that doesn't seem like a very feasible gameplay. But these guys yesterday had one game where they came third with 16 elims and another game where they won with 15. So when we're talking about that kind of gap between them, although Cami City Teak are so far ahead, if they blunder in a single game, like Diox's team 100% can catch up.
No, most definitely. These guys were incredible yesterday. The big question mark around those guys, though, is, of course, yesterday they had the hot hand. When you have a team that's getting games like that, 16 elim games, 15 elim games, it's all good and well doing that yesterday, but you now need to come through and do that again today. Not gonna lie, I think they have the ability to do it. I know you've watched some of their games recently. They seem fundamentally incredibly strong. They seem to be well prepared. They seem to have a plan. But of course, will they have that same hot hand? Will they have the ability to roll through in any given game and just get, you know, near a 20 elim game? Who knows?
Yeah. I want to add, like, I think these guys are really fundamentally sound, right? Like, when you watch teams, and in particular watch the Tarper and Endgame, and you watch how good the positions get put into, like, man, this team is really impressive. And it's one of the reasons why they can just keep fragging out repeatedly and repeatedly, right? Because they're in the positions to do so. So, you know, there's a lot of memes about them going around right now, but these guys are great, and they're really, really showing it right now. In 5th place, like, we have to talk about also Kariachi, Stormy Right, and Toos are coming back champions from last season. They won 2 games and are in 5th so far. So, like, you know, the all of the points necessarily haven't been there in the other games, but like, you can't say that they're not off to like a really good form on day number 1.
Yeah, let's not sugarcoat things. People came into this, even with them being the reigning champions, sort of going, don't know if they can really do good like they did last season. Not sure if they've really been working hard enough to be able to retain the AXA champion. But they've come in and they've proven people wrong, to be fair. They've really impressed me thus far. You know, they could have been a bit higher up in the standings if a couple other things went their way. You know, sometimes you do need a bit of luck on your side, but they definitely are a lot more, you know, sort of fundamentally sound per se than I thought they would be. A lot of cohesion, the teamwork is still on point. Loving how well these guys have performed thus far. And look, you know, will they be able to catch up to Cami City and Teak? Not impossible, gonna be really hard, but definitely a team to watch out for in terms of pushing into the top 3, really reaching that upper echelon of teams. Another team that I'm really excited about, though, Resub, a team that I think could be a threat to Cami City and Teak on low ground, Floki, Clement, and the Siptos, right? Yeah. This is a team who, you know, they won the first game yesterday, right? And, you know, very impressive stuff. Definitely a team that was always going to do well in some capacity, right? But when it comes to low ground teams in the EU, we obviously talk about Cami City and Teak being one of the best ones. This one would also be the next one that people sort of refer to, right? This is a team that very much dominate mid and low ground. And, you know, if these guys are having a really good day on low ground, that could be, you know, a bit of a factor into maybe Cami City and Teak not being able to dominate the low ground the way they did yesterday.
Yeah, like I'm expecting, like, you know, both these teams in the same game can't necessarily win, obviously, because only one team can win, but do extremely well because they kind of hold up that same position. So I'm looking to see how those battles go today. If we move over to the next page, we'll see the teams that go from 11th currently down till 20th. A lot of teams here, I think they've disappointed themselves right now. I think, we're looking at Taysom, Chapek's Reason a lot. In my particular, I put them in seconds to do really, really well. And they're obviously underperforming a little bit. Let's see how the game plans change today. And in 12th, I'm looking there, Queasy and Nas Thomas HD. A lot of people would have thought that these guys would have won overall the entire tournament. But so far, they've been contested by Nate's team in Kenny Corner, which I'm not really surprised by. That drop spot is really, really powerful. And thinking you're going to get uncontested in this kind of region is rough because it's very, very rarely like that. So for them, it's tough to see them being in 12th when, they could have potentially won, but it's the lay of the land. It's the drop spot they picked.
Well, let's talk about, sort of why that's happening. I think you look at the Catty Corner fights that we typically see, these are fights that are so quick, right? It's, very much dependent on your drop. If you don't have a good drop, you lose that fight. We've analyzed this hundreds and hundreds of times. But the fights that we saw, at least, whenever we see on the broadcast, typically, more long drawn out fights, not as reliant on drop, right? The team's both taking things a bit slow, and sometimes that plays in your favor, sometimes it doesn't. And unfortunately for Queasy, it just hasn't really played into their favor, even though they are in theory one of the better teams in this lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. There's one more trio that we'll come back to that I'd like to touch on. This very similar. Really quickly, let's do a drawing board, okay? Reese, you pointed out the storm circles in games 1 through 6 yesterday. Talk to me about some of the trios that can kind of utilizing this to perform well.
Yes, this is the third zone from all 6 games yesterday. It looks like a nice Christmas tree, doesn't it?
Yeah.
One of the things I want to note is that a lot of people always meme the south zones, but so far we've seen none of them. Maybe today is just going to be full of them. I think maybe we saved them all for NA East. Like NA East was full of these kind of catty corner zones. But what I kind of point out is how that benefits some of the teams. Obviously, sometimes you're going to get some good zone RNG. Obviously, Cammy, being Cammy, so he's first right now, and we both know that the zones in these third zone positions aren't the reason for their success. But overall, you can obviously tell that based on where their drop is, they're definitely going to have a bit of an advantage from there on out. Same with Aqua's team, who's currently in third. Like the Bony Burbs team, they have a lot of opportunity to rotate early to these positions. A lot of teams will be rotating past them, which obviously allows them more opportunities for surge in the early game, and they don't necessarily have to go as far, and they can spend a little bit more time looting.
Nah, I think some of the zones have been really favorable to these teams. I think a big thing to sort of almost think about is, with these zones maybe not being as, grueling as some others we've seen in different competitions, you'd expect actually certain teams to maybe be doing a bit better, right? Maybe you'd expect teams from the northern areas to maybe, be a bit higher up in the standings, which really hasn't gone their way for the most part. But yeah, we talk about zones a lot. I think zones are very important. I think maybe people rely too much on zones in terms of, talking about, oh, well, we did bad because we didn't get many zones. And yeah, maybe that can affect you and stop you from doing as well as you maybe would have thought you could. But ultimately, these are things you prepare for. You play hundreds of hours of scrims and practice to be able to understand different zones and the way they all play out. So I'm looking forward. Hopefully we don't get all, 6 South zones and people can meme about that. But as the person that writes the script, I can't guarantee that won't happen. So we'll see what happens when it comes to the zones.
I want to say, another one of the last team I want to actually mention on there is Kirianchi's team, right? When you look at these zones, because they're relatively central, you've got to think they're probably one of the teams who have the worst zones, right? Roughly the worst. Maybe Catty Corner, maybe even down in the further south, the Misty would say was worse, but they're 5th so far, They've managed to win game 4 and 5, which, as you can see, are the two kind of westmost, which, is the zones that have probably benefited them, but I don't necessarily think that's why they've won at all. They've managed to play really well through all of the remainder of the other games too, so it's just because they're not getting that favorable zones for them, it's you're still very easily able to perform up to a top level and currently be 5th.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's talk about one of these trios. So we kind of touched on trios that aren't performing well, and you guys actually talked about them on the leaderboards. It's Tayson, it's Reason, it's Chapix, right? Everyone knows at this point, Tayson, Reason, names synonymous with greatness, but they haven't quite performed up to the level we would anticipate it yet. But this is a brand new day. This is a fresh start, Levin. So how do we think they could kind of change things up going into today?
Well, I think the big thing is when you look at this trio, right, is at any given day, either one of these guys could be called the best player in the world and you'd believe it. And not a lot of trios, even not a lot of the top trios have that same privilege, but you can see in moments like this, they aren't clicking, things are sort of falling apart, things weren't working yesterday. The identity of this trio seemed to be lost. And I think they very much understand that. They very much have worked on that. I've spoken to Reason. He said he VOD reviewed for 5 hours. I don't know where he found the time to VOD review for 5 hours after yesterday, but he said that they said that they're going to switch things up in terms of their play style and what they actually do when it comes to strategically rotations, all of these things. And so I'm looking forward to seeing a new version of them in day 2, because this is a team that many people expected to do much better. I know, Reece, you had them predicted at 2nd place, right? So they should be doing a lot better.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking for it in day 2. I'm looking for the comeback. There's 6 games total. It'll be rough for them to see if they can try and pick up like a first overall, because obviously they are exactly middle way basically throughout the leaderboard so far. So it will be tough to see them have such a huge comeback. But like you mentioned, like they are an all-star team. Like they're a team that has full potential players, like you mentioned, be the best in the world. And we often see these teams not necessarily working out so well when it comes to these lobbies because they don't fill the roles that they necessarily need to.
Yeah, and I think the big thing will be, you know, sort of that bounce back in the mentality, right? You know, the biggest fear in any given tournament, especially across multiple days, is can you reset mentally? Yeah, yesterday was rubbish, but can we come back tomorrow and actually fight hard and you know, build off of the foundation? You've spent the whole season working hard to get to this point. There's no point giving up now, right? You got to go out there and perform to the best you possibly can, and I hope they will do that. Those rumblings and rumors that maybe they'll be contested at Craggy Cliff today, don't want to believe anything yet. We'll see. I'm guessing a couple minutes because the time will soon be upon us. But I really am optimistic about these guys doing better. We've seen it before. Last season, Anderlecht had a stinky day 1, did much better day 2, right? So it's never out of the realms of possibility. I'm going to be rooting for these guys.
Yeah, sometimes we do see trios like that, like because there's a 2-day format, they tend to do better on one of the 2 days, right? Sometimes it's better day 1, then they kind of play catch up day 2, and vice versa, right? So I think you're right, and I really want to see them perform well, right? They've already made it to finals. They've already proven, hey, we're some of the very best. That's why we're here at all. But now it's like, can they perform at the level that we anticipated, right? Now, really quickly, we have a minute and a half before we go. Let's talk predictions before we jump on the bus. So these are the trios we think will take all of it home. Levin, Durag, Lev, you started us off. Queasy, Anas, and Tom Stage D.
Yeah, and obviously we discussed why this prediction hasn't maybe played out. You know, I really am interested to see how these catty fights look in the next 6 games. But, you know, I still got to give them their credit. Over the course of the season, they've been phenomenal, and hopefully today can be a good bounce back for them.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see Nate's team drop down to the south side because realistically it's not been working out for them either. But let's have a look at Anderlecht's 4-0 X-Squeeze. So far in the top 10, we've already mentioned yesterday multiple times how they performed so much better on the second day. So let's see if that comes through for them. Rashayo's Picky's going to Accuracy or Fastroki, who are currently sitting in 3rd place, which is, I mean, realistically, Shah's been on point with the predictions in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, Shai really, I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he's the one writing the scripts, right? He clearly knows more than I do. Sundown's gone with Pink, Nebs, and Stompy, who are sitting in 11th. They obviously did incredibly well last season. A team that works very hard. They prepare well. Hopefully today can be a bit of a better day where they can push themselves into that top 10.
It's a new day 11. It's a brand new set of 6 games. Whatever happened yesterday, let that wash off. Today, it is time to leave your mark on history as a trio. And let's see which of these trios can really pull out stops. And again, it's just all about that confidence, keeping going. If something goes wrong, just ignore that. Keep yourselves focused on target, and we'll see how things end up. But you heard the battle bus. It means we're kicking off day number 2 of the finals. After 6 games, we'll know who the new trios champions is. Oh my gosh, I can't wait. I'm so excited. Let's go hang out with Sundown and Shia Wager to kick off the day.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Levin, and Reese. 6 matches down. Acts of Champions in 3 regions in EU is going to kickstart the action yet again here on day 2. My name's Sundown, joined by Shao Wager to call all the action.
Absolutely, Sundown. Day 1 gave us a story we haven't really seen in EU so far. A leader with such a huge lead that everyone is now playing catch up. Can they hold on to the race? That's Steady, Cammy, and Teak towards the top, or will they falter on day 2 when everyone else has a fresh mental reset?
And realistically, too, we're going to be looking. We talked a little bit yesterday. If you joined us again for the first time, welcome. Also, if you're in Party Royale, what's up, Party Royale? How you doing? It's nice to be back wherever you're watching. Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok. Thank you for tuning in to catch all this amazing action. Yesterday, we kind of talked about that being the first installment of the story. Well, it's really kind of building up towards that final climax because they built up such a huge lead that they could get that crowning moment where they save the city, they get the Axe of Champions, they walk away with all the riches, rather than happening in kind of a game 11, maybe game 12 moment where we've seen a lot of past FNCSs. It'll flip over, and then right off the bat, yet again, Shayo. I mean, yeah, we want to tune in with these guys, but the action doesn't stop on over at Believer Beach as Jonas and Arian Lee just butting heads for what feels like the 8th time, 7th time. I think one time they finally disengaged yesterday.
Yeah, absolute war. Even when they disengage, they end up finding each other in the mid game, and Mutual is going to go down. There's going to be a trade back and forth already. Dennis is gone. Aryan Lee is the activator in these fights all the time. He just starts them up, gets that first pick. And the thing is, if they do wait too long, there's many teams waiting to see if this fight breaks out to come through and invade as third parties.
Ariel Lee's been playing disgustingly well. I'd love to get a little bit of a dig into how, in terms of these first eliminations, like how much of them has been him solo, because every single time it seems like we tune back in over, he's always one elim right into a second elim, and now he's gone over, gotten Micho's reboot card. They're going to loop back over and get control, and it seems like in this battle, day one here, they're going to kick it off and win the beach. It'd be honestly a little bit of a disappointment if they didn't right now.
Absolutely. The variation in the way he actually wins these fights as well. Sometimes it's the 50-50 right with the chest. He's faster, lands the shots. Other times it's all organized. He's still the first one to get that knockdown, to get the full elimination, and he always confirms on it too, which is crazy. Here he is again engaging on Noah Riley, landing that first shot, 2v1, making sure the pinch always stays secure. You have two sides at least of this, you know, if the person's in a box or in a building, secured at all times, so you know exactly where Noah Riley's going to run.
Right now, this is going to be our main focus in EU, because again, there's only a few spots where there are contested drops, 33 trios in the lobby, so 99 players, and we've seen mainly over the course of yesterday. Again, this is our second set of 6 games. 6 were played previously. Again, a little bit of a short FNCS, but some shots coming down a little bit from, that was the west, and there is a team to the north postured, but the contestants generally have happened right around this Believer Beach area, and then fights over in Caddy. The Caddy fight, though, seems to have gone more towards the disengaged type style, Shio.
For now, yeah, and we saw a little bit of that at the very end of the day, in day number 1. The big thing, too, as well, for the team that's coming into Believer Beach, I believe that should be the Oxy, Crow, and Jose, who usually end up rotating in late to the basketball court. And they also have, I think they're leading the pack in terms of trying to catch up and take things over. Meanwhile, though, the last fight we really like to watch a lot, has been going back and forth, is that Steamy Stacks. Malabuka versus Benji Fishy. They always end up trading lives, either one, but this time both are up. It's an elongated fight. It's not stopping now just yet, but Benji's wall-to-wall against 2 different people, caught in a maze. He does not solve the puzzle. He goes down. Savage and Andretta now are in major trouble. Savage no shields, but has a medkit to pop to stay alive. They have to redeem this, and it's not possible. Savage with the desperation goes inside the box. It's unfortunate. They're going to have the situation every time one of these teams has one player left over, and they end up just, you know, at a scenic route, enjoying the nature of the island instead of actually playing the game for points.
Yeah, and trying to get a disengage going through there, but unfortunately being dropped out via that instance to the stack, so unable to actually make it all the way to the water, which typically in this circumstance, what you want to do is get in the water and just start swimming. Hope you can find a boat, create a little bit of distance. He's going to be able to potentially do that here, but I mean, it's just not a situation you want to be in, whether you're a fish in a barrel, a rat in a trap. Benji doing his best impression of both there, and then Savage just desperately trying to claw him out. And Dretton now just going to try and extend the life, because we talked about a little bit. Oh, what's up there? Nice little jump pad right around the side. We talked about it a little bit yesterday with the changes coming to reboot vans this season. We're now 5 minutes on those cars. You don't have to actually press to pick them up, just walk over the top of them. And a couple of reboot vans added around the map, there's always kind of a chance you can loop back around. However, seems like, yeah, and right as I say that, Justice is going to turn around and say, like, oh, that seems like it's been about enough time, I can go back over. The benefit, though, having 2 boats there means you can kind of burn out the gas tank of one and still have the option to flee. We're going to switch back on over to your prediction, Chayo.
Yes, they are Aqua, Fast Roki. When it comes to this trio, they're playing a very different game compared to everyone else. A very central spot, uncontested. They have a lot of choice on what they want to do every game, but doesn't mean they don't have patterns. So obviously, and usually ending up at this bridge to get all their metal farmed up. It does take a while, which somewhat hinders them in gameplay. And if you see a zone like this, the Western one, really good for him, but the game is really coming to them fast. Look at the mini-map on the left. There's so many trios already here. Usually they're solo for a bit. They get to talk, get their game plan set up, but now they're really just thrown into the fire.
Yeah, and if now we don't have any fights, we see second place in the bottom right, third place in the top right, might be a decent opportunity to check in with our first place trio, see what they got going on, see whether Storm Surges end up going to be a threat to them. Again, we'll have about 2.5 minutes before that first morning pops, and then we'll explain and get in the nuances of that. You'll hear us talking about it. For now, the only thing you need to worry about is teams are going to be looking to trade AR damage and not be too worried as long as their shields won't get broken. As long as the shield crack doesn't end up coming through, you're more than often going to be safe from any form of aggression. Currently, we're tuning on board this KPI, Jose, his trio mates, Crow and Deoxy. They're the only trio inside of the only first-time trio who's placed inside of the top 20 right now. Child, they're in second.
The way they did it, too, is just so cool because they ended up contesting the first place team for at least the first few games, so they swapped to the other side of the map to pick everything up, right? So the fact that that even happened remotely and they're still this so far, like, you know, in the lead kind of all the way at the top with one game completely down, I mean, that's huge.
It was like one in like a little bit, right?
Yeah.
But they realized, hey, this probably isn't the best of decision. Then they figured out a different spot, which can really commend them for, especially picking on a fight at Believer Beach, where we've seen in other regions when you have two top trios who are just going to butt heads. It's very accessible to go in. There's a lot of sight lines. Then with the cross sight to the north, you now have that accessible way of just popping one of those shadow cubes and then just raining down on top of them. You can see right now the Spanish trio just trying to occupy a little bit more of that western side. Micho, Arian Lee, Milan back up nearly to full strength. Arian Lee, yep, as I say, that is going to be popping one of the big pots there so you can pick up the extra one outside the box. And they're going to be content to trade shots here because they did get
But no strangers to this fight, though. I think Spanish Trio has taken out Mitros at least twice yesterday. This was on the shores itself. The thing about this team, too, that's so cool. They're a win-more team and very flip-floppy, which is appropriate for the environment they're in right now at Believer Beach. But basically, the games that they don't do too well, they don't get too many points, not even inside the top 10. But those games where they're really set up to win, double-digit elims, it's huge inside the top 5 or just a win overall. That's why they're really so far ahead of everyone else.
See, you said flip-flop, me and my brain immediately went to floppers. It took me a good little 3 counts to be like, oh, he meant like the shoes, flip-flops, the colloquialism for sandals. Yeah, that was fantastic. There you go. That's, you know what, generally I'm not a super big fan, but that was 10 out of 10. I rated 8 out of 8, mate. Great bait.
Well, the reason it might have taken a while, right, is because in your prehistoric time age, the flip-flops aren't invented, right? As dinosaurs, you don't.
Oh, that's true. We were walking around barefoot. We got real callous feet, just like Cammy, Steady, and Teak on their rotation. I mean, they're always hitting the ground, running, whether they got to walk, but they're really good about finding the IO cars, trying to add those chonkers tires to cut down the rotation time. But we're going to swing back over a fight wall to wall here, and this could have big leaderboard implications as Deoxy loses everything but a sliver of HP. Jose being down to no shield. Crow also no shield, so the aggression coming out, but Iron Lee is down but not out. And as I say that, he gets knocked out as well. Deoxy going to get the confirmation over, so it's going to be on Milan and Micho to try and get aggressive, but with the Siphon and some chug splashes, they're back up to effective HP very quickly.
They have a lot of time too. Zone is very close by, so definitely we'll see this fight go the whole mile. Thing is, though, how do they respond to this? Kind of all the way on the backside. It's looking rough. Actually, a disengage from the side of Arian Lee, so not really interested in anything but the damage, which is smart because that's really all you need for certain. One of the shields to upkeep with the war of attrition. The way the Spaniards have it, I mean, they're fully shielded, like Sundown mentioned. Micho is still way under half, and they're beaming at the car as well. Could be a trap setup too.
They're either looking for a quick ambush opportunity, but the way Fortnite players, you set multiple options here. So Milan dipped. Milan is gone. He's safe, knowing that other teams are going to be rotating him based off of where the zone is. Micho's hanging out. The reason Micho's hanging out, Aaron Lee's car is still there. The reboot van is still there. All the other teams are going to see the Spanish trio rotating back in. The KPR trio, like, they need to move. As right as we say that, Vettel and Surprise come over the side. Micho now has the opportunity to just pick up Arian Lee and then go meet back up with Milan. So while that trade it didn't look so great in the end. Like, yeah, you're going to give over a little bit of resources. They'll be able to refarm there. They should get errantly back up on their feet. And as long as Veteran's surprise, so do a nice little surprise attack over on the side, like the next thing they really have to worry about is meeting up with Milan and getting a safe zone in. But he's on the safer side of the zone, so he should be able to communicate where the path is. Overall, great situation. And you can see the reboot is going to end up coming out, but some fights happening around the map as Hellfire will get a knock onto Stormy right in the feet.
Like sending a bodyguard out and then having them relay information to you, basically catch up and make sure you have a secure route. Absolutely. Big thing too with Surge now active, the threshold on the right, basically you're gonna have to deal enough damage to stay ahead of the threshold, or you're gonna start taking damage in the form of lightning. I think it's 25 a pop, so got to be careful, got to stay active to make sure teams are engaging with each other across the field. Everyone's going to be looking for that damage, and I saw 400 below when it first popped, wondering what team it was. Kiriachi, Stormy right 2 is completely uncontested spot, not near anyone, and usually that would sound really good, but if you need to get damage and engage with other teams, I mean, if you don't find any, you're going to be in trouble.
Especially with still 92 players up in the lobby. So Storm Surge will punish the trios who have been the most passive, the ones who have done the least amount of damage. The damage to get above that threshold then appears on the right-hand side. If you are below that threshold when it ticks over, that's going to start in zone 3 in 25 seconds. You can see the counter in the bottom right-hand corner. 25 damage every 5 seconds. So action is going to happen. We are going to tune into the teams who are below, because regardless, they're going to try and do something, whether it's throwing AR shots out, or more than likely when they're this far below, trying to get wall-to-wall and trade. You can see now that number has dropped. Somebody on their trio is trading shots out and getting get there. You can see players are getting hit in the lobby, but Toos, they need to gauge. Don't forget Shio. They won 2 matches yesterday. These are defending FNCS champs. They got to go. And it's Full Night Wings and Karmi they're fighting against.
Yeah, it's the second fight they're rolling in with. Also in defeat, I saw Iron Lee go down and big fights happening on the north side of zone as well. So the story there continues. Thomas HD finally finds something to activate with. Toos, actually Stormy right, still in trouble. Sure, that won 2 games yesterday, that won that FNCS as well, is just having issues getting day number 2 started. Stormy right can't even stay on his feet right now. Toos gets knocked down too. All down to Kiriachi, but against 3 players who now have siphons while lightning strikes, there's no chance. 1 pumps to the face. He's gone too.
Cammy also got a confirmation going on there. Not sure if they ended up picking up a knock, but this is something we saw them do incredibly well yesterday. Well, they'll position the situation knowing they're above Surge from the early tags to get based off their landing spot. And they go and they posture up against a trio who is forced to fight against Surge. And they are fantastic when it comes to the defensive fights against Surge. So 3 eliminations, plus if you keep an eye on the top left corner, Surge is turned off and we're inside 24 trios going down. So that's an additional 5 points going through. That's already 11 points on the day. Our first place trio, they're looking great.
We focus on the top left for a bit. Numbers will keep dwindling down. You focus on the bottom middle. You can see the loadouts that he's rolling in with. The history of the car's a little bit low. Also focus on the bottom right, the mini map right now. This zone is kind of a complete mimic of game number 1 of yesterday. This is the same game that Steady, Cammy, and Teak are playing. And if today ends up exactly like yesterday, this team might break a record for how many points you can just accrue inside the FNCS finals in any region. This is huge for Steady, Cammy, and Teak. They're experts on this natural low ground zone, especially even if they're rivers. They know exactly how to adapt, stay ahead of it, and stay ahead of every team, both in position and in points. If day 2's like day 1, I mean, they must be smiling so wide right now.
And the only thing that is really going to stop them, because based on how they play their game plan, they land on the eastern side of the map, they land in a split position and land at very high points and just try and get first shot accuracy weapons to accrue Surge early on and then kind of go along this interior scavenger route. It's something they've been doing for seasons and had so much practice in. Because of that strategy, the only real opportunity to punish them is kind of inside this threshold right now when they tunnel interior to the zone on the low ground. If the rest of the lobby recognize that and they should know where they're coming from zone, they're always on pretty much the southeastern side of the zone, regardless of where it is, with very few exceptions. Just start shooting at them. Like, they don't do anything special. They literally put up a box. It's maybe like 4 metal by 4 metal wide. Just start burning into their resources. But nobody ever looks that way. Everyone else is always so concerned about looking towards the outside, trying to catch these cheeky eliminations and stuff. But at some point, you're not just playing the lobby. You're trying to play the tournament. But instead, they're going to be able to walk away with the Axe of Champions and 100 grand in their pocket if somebody doesn't do something different.
It is so similar what they do to every team. I think the trick for them is that they find whatever cluster there is, like of these many players, right? And they end up right beside everyone by themselves, never editing. The players just focus on the main dish in front of them, right? They kind of look like a pet to the main character. You're not going to ever focus on the pet of the main character. You want to fight the big boss, right? So, you know, no one's focusing on the ads. It's easy distraction for them to even capitalize on those clusters. It's huge for Steady Teak, and this is also something they love to do. I've seen it every single season. This long tarp, it's impossible to even find them in pressure. They have a whole map worth of room here.
Well, it's impossible to ignore the unicycling lobster who's yelling, "Look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me," when these guys just end up chilling and sitting in here, right? But on the flip side, you talked about it. You see them do this all the time. You're like, oh, it's hard to know where they are. No, it's not. They're at the end of this very long tunnel in the middle. They're in the same spot every time. They do it every single game. And finally, it looks like a little bit of pressure going down. I don't necessarily want to leave that area. If Andalex is pushing onto that wall and we just saw a shield break going through, if they do end up confirming that, we will want to take an eye out. We do see Aqua for Co currently sitting in 3rd place, 9 points going through the 2 eliminations, and a legendary pump on Aqua. They're set up in a situation to potentially make plays, but we're pulling relatively to the interior with only one real high ground bourbon play, and they're actually going to base up directly on top. I think it's a different stack towards the side, so they're going to be okay right now. You can see the right hand side, 176 below. No, I said they were going to be okay. That's a lie. They're just 12 above.
We're surfing on those threshold points. They're going to get a little bit of tags back and forth here. No, not at all. Is that a knock actually to Fastaroki? I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but a little bit of a mini disaster. Chapix with the aim looks really good right now. Maybe that was reason too, but it doesn't even matter. Fastaroki, he's going to be back on his feet.
No, it's Trippin. Trippin ended up picking up, and I'm not surprised with that because Trippin does end up carrying that silent semi-auto sniper, which if you end up getting a beat on the headshots, the 70s, those add up real quick, right? Like, you get through kind of the right line of sight. You can see the top left corner. We talked about Andalex pushing through. It's going to be EGRM who he ends up on the other side of, which means Cammy Steady Teak likely stay from the aggression. You can see Vostroki, Aqua, and CRR still on the right-hand side, 28 below. 5 seconds, bottom right-hand corner, so that 25 damage every 5 seconds. It's going to come through. And on top of the fact, they just had to get a revive out, so they already burned some of their excess stuff. They're only 5 above. They're desperately trying to throw shots out. Queasy ends up getting knocked by Andalex in the coming out as Hottie Trippin and Ilocrest are completely eliminated. Rifle and Co trying to throw some shots at that. CRR gets knocked yet again, but I think he's just desperately trying to trade out the surge shots, knowing that it doesn't matter. I can go down but not out as long as I get us above the threshold.
I'm just wondering how they play out the rest of the game. I mean, they barely have any ammunition. That's CRR, Fastaroki, Aqua. They've gone through so many different shields as well because they're doing these over-peaking strats desperately to try to get something happen. Even Savage, who got back into a game, gets shaken out. Thomas HD, who was knocked before, is back for now, but can't find any damage either. This is the toughest I've seen Surge be for so many teams.
Yes, it's because the lobby is so fast, but it should end up turning off here as Andretta, Savage, and Benji go down, and they go down outside of the cascading placement point. So now we've gotten kind of into that back half. We talk about how getting in the top 24 is kind of, hey, congratulations, you made it through the early game. Well, getting in the cascading placement points is, well, congratulations, you made it through the mid game. Here's the transition to the end game, and Thomas and Anas are trying to make do with more than just the one placement point they got. Each trio that falls will be an additional placement point, but the one thing we're going to start talking about, it's going to be every single game we get to this point. If Steady, Cammy, and Teak are still up, every single one of those placement points you get, you might feel awesome about getting a 5th place game. It doesn't matter if Cammy, Steady, and Teak are getting a 4th or a 3rd again, or they're winning a game again, right? Like, if they're able to just keep converting and turning these into placement points, you have to close the gap on them at some point, as Murstache is going to end up picking up Thomas, leaving Anas to be by himself, solo dolo. 5th zone will close. We'll have the moving zone, and we're going to have another thick surge, Shio.
Absolutely. This is 49 players. Only one really went down to that half and half moving. Not sure how every team adapted, especially because so many of them were taking damage. This is going to be one of the times that Steady, Cammy, Teak don't actually have the front side of the zone. They still will find it somehow. And once again, I feel like I'm having deja vu. It's Aqua, Fastaroki, CR on height. They're looking completely fine now. The surge issues were merely just an entertainment factor of play for them, and they made things slightly interesting. On low ground as well, we'll have Steady, Cammy, and Teak matching the front side of the zone. It's literally exactly what we saw yesterday, with a few solos here and there like Anas, trying to get as much placement as possible. I mean, it's going to be good for them if they do get it, but if Steady, Cammy, Teak stay alive, the whole lobby is just going to be frozen in time.
As long as they're up on their feet, they're gaining forward. And again, we talked about it a little bit at the start of this match. At some point, we're going to have to crown victors in the EU FNCS. We like to call out that moment when, like, hey, nobody can catch them, and it might come sooner rather than later. They're taking the skies, but need to be aware, Teak has absolutely no shield right now. They do a great job, though, of finding a layer and then just getting back together. They'll invest plenty of their shields to get him back up, make sure that he's taking the minis, then prioritize over on the chug splashes so they don't waste any of it. Deoxy goes down, so that's something to keep an eye on. And Nos going to play a little bit of spoiler as he gets a full confirmation onto Pink, and they're going to use a full pad to bonk their head at the top and then go down to the low ground. And it looks semi-intentional as Aqua also going to get a knock under Scram in the top left. We still will need players to go down, but Fastroki and Aqua doing a good job of ramping out, but they're already onto wood and only really building out a double layer. Luckily, it looks like Zone is going to pull back over, and they're going to get a solid connection. So a little bit of respite, more control given to them. And the question is, will somebody be able to actually challenge, and what happens on the low ground?
Aqua's mats are bleeding out here. So are Fastroki's no utility options either in terms of anything cool, a shield or something like that. And Fastroki's inventory is ammo so low as well, so they're gonna need a siphon and they're gonna need a refresh. They're gonna have to actually touch down to earth and do something. Look at Hellfire, look at the chop, it's coming through, barely even connected. High ground will get affected in just a second. They're below though for Cammy Steady Teak. The surge does start to answer and give this top team trouble. They have splashes though. They're gonna try to out heal it. 8 players need to go down. This is gonna be a timed situation for these guys. All they have to do is survive. They're gonna break into a box fully. All the sprays fine, nothing, almost out of shield. One more tick and that crack, yes, it's heard by the entire lobby now. Maximum defense, big
Cammy down,
be lethal. Cammy goes down. Steady's about to go down to a sub 20-point game. He's a solo for the moment, and Aqua, Fastroki, CRR, they've figured things out again. Another bounce back blesses them on high ground.
So Cammy hasn't been full converted over. You still have Surge hitting it on Steady, but this is the problem when you play a little bit too passive. Surge will finally turn off, and we saw yesterday in match number 2, Steady had an absurd individual run to just get them more placement points and to continue that and to get them the top 7 placement. Can they do it again on the low ground? The issue is Shio. Yesterday, he had a bunch of shields to go with it. He had a bunch of utility. They had to burn all of those to try and get Teak back up to healthy before they fought against Storm Surge. So now he's dealing with no shields, a pad to try and get around to the outside, but around the outside it goes. Kinzo's right there. However, a stiff breeze will be able to knock him over. Don't forget, up on the high ground, we still have our 3rd place team looking to close the gap. He has 1 HP worth of Storm Tick. Any single weapon in the game, if it hits him, will knock him over. All he wants to do is just stay in his box and keep going through. 23 builds, all wood, but as long as Zone keeps pulling away, he can just hang out. He's looking for right hand. There's a trio right on the other side. Will this be the first time we see them fall outside the top 10? Doesn't matter. Still gets our 2nd place trio going down, hops into the box, and he goes down, but a couple of the trios fell before him. I think he snuck a top 8 in there anyway, so we talk about efficiency. That said, we're going to swing back on over. Murstache, Malabuka, Shizo trying to put a stamp on it right on the start of the day. They have 12 eliminations so far here right now. No, I lied, Shia. They have 14 eliminations and still counting. Kinzo picks up 4 ZR in the feed. You see Andalex also going down. Aqua CR still up on the high ground, though. Raining shots is for Strokey. Is going to get to Verax, and we're about to have our top 3. But Murstache is doing so well finding these shots and weaving them in between the edits.
There's so many souls just particularly going down, trying to clutch for this team this entire elimination. Another big pump. That's 9. Can we get it? 10 on the solo man himself. Almost with the beams back and forth like a seesaw. He's balanced, but it's not going to be enough to win the game. That's a huge amount of eliminations, though. It's Aqua, Fastroki, CRR that take that VR. But Sundown, so many elims, so many fragmented solo players clutching for their teams. That'll be huge for the boards.
Fragmented solo players clutching for their teams, but it also looked like all of the top 3 got through. We saw our 3rd place team pick up the VR. We saw our leaders, I think Seti snuck in the 8th there, and then we also saw Jose end up getting a 10th place, so there might be a little bit of a shake-up, but we're going to kick it on over to the desk. Zeke, Reese, Levin, what you got for us?
An extremely strong start. Levin, you asked for a 15 elimination victory out at the start of the day. We almost got that from Murstache, Malabuka, and Shizo. They started the day in 13th place with 108 points, but now they will certainly be climbing the leaderboard. Congratulations, though, to Aqua, CR, Fastroki, a 7 elim victory royale. Aqua's coming back. He's coming back strong, Levin.
Yeah, they had a really good day one, and I think the big thing with them was it was always going to be, with Queasy being contested, there isn't that much of a threat for high ground, and so you'd expect Aqua to really dominate it throughout the day. And yeah, the high ground wasn't as dominant as it typically is yesterday, but definitely a great start for these guys. That Victory Royale will very much be helpful in terms of the race to catch Cammy, Seti, and Teak. Really good stuff from Seti to be able to stay alive as long as he did as well, right? So props to him. Probably one of their worst games, but it still wasn't a bad game. Like in the context of like general Fortnite competitive, not a bad game, but probably one of their worst games considering how good they were yesterday. Standard first game though. I'm like what I'm seeing so far from EU.
Yeah, an Aqua win. They didn't manage to pick up a single victory royale yesterday, so it's like, you know what? It's about time that Aqua, man, and I keep saying Aqua and Co. Aqua, that's even worse almost. Aqua, Forstroki, and CRR managed to pick up a victory royale, and they do it in day one, and that's obviously going to close the gap big time because important thing, you know, you mentioned this set, he managed to clutch up a bunch of points as a solo. They had 19 when basically the rest of the trio went down, so he himself got 9 additional points. So just remember that later on in the leaderboards. If he's just above and they win by 9 points, like that is why Seti right there. Yeah. But on top of that, most importantly, the team in second, Dioxy's team, got 20 points, right? So they actually distanced the gap between Dioxy's team there too. So like, you know, the gap, even though it wasn't a great game, distanced themselves a little bit from that first and second place team.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the old, literally after yesterday's performances, they didn't have a game outside of top 7. So now we just make that top 8. Like, that's still good. They've not dropped outside of the top 10 yet. We'll have to see if that continues to be the case. Guys, were there any differences from day 1 to day 2 as far as like early game, drop spots? Talk me through some of that.
So, most importantly, right, it's all the same. Right now, everything's the same. I was going in, are we seeing change in drop spots? Are we seeing change in strategies? No, we're just seeing the same old stuff. And this is what it was yesterday, right? Nate's team alongside Queasy's team in Catty Corner fighting it out here. And towards that later in half of the day, we saw a third party coming in from the south-hand side there. This is actually a really sweet clutch because notice Queasy's actually now as a solo because the NASA's just gone down. And he managed to pick up, you think what I thought was going to be a 1v2, right? He managed to pick up Skype, but Vanyak's team actually ends up rolling in from the south side, being a third party and just easily picking up Nate there. So this Catty Corner is becoming even more of a mess. And Steamy Stacks, we kind of saw this engagement going on as well, where Malabuka managed to pick up Benji Fishy the first time, and then it's like it's just kind of just happening at that point, right? Shai's just trying to fly away, and he kind of takes an eye onto where I think it was Andretta was dipping, over there at that side. So they managed to pick up that secondly. Then Andretta dipped out, didn't do too much either. And over in Believer Beach, we kind of caught the tail end of this at the same time. Ariane Lee started to absolutely frag out. He picked up 2 of the eliminations. That was onto Janice and Vidil, leaving Noah left as a solo. And you can see him, he's moved his way to Risky Reels, just crouching in a corner, similar to game 2 yesterday, but unfortunately was not able to really get much out of that.
Yeah, and if you take a look here at the standings, Seti, Cammy, and Teak remain in first place. Another team has broken 200 points, though. That is Forstroki, CR, and Aqua. And the thought of CR, Aqua, Forstroki winning an FNCS, it would be absolutely magical if they could do it. They still got a decent way to catch up with Seti, Cammy, and Teak, but if they can keep having games like the one they just had, they're going to be on the right path. So all in all, really great stuff. Flowis, Hellfire, and Scram as well, a team that's really impressed me this season. They've been, it's almost been like they've been quiet, right? I don't want to say they've been quiet because they've been great, but all in all, really, really decent team. Let's take a look at the next page though, because we have some more teams that have impressed as well. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with the likes of Queasy and Nas and Thomas, because we've seen with some of the off-spawn fights, like the off-spawn fights between Mustache's trio and Benji's trio at Steamy, it's like we're still seeing a team seemingly do well out of that, right? With Mustache's team, they go out and they get a second place, 16 elimination mad game. With the Catty fights, everybody just seems to be shambles out of that, right? Like nobody seems to be profiting or winning in any capacity. So hopefully we can see one of those 2 teams at the very least start to step up a bit more.
You got to do it right. We only have 5 more games, so something needs to change if we're looking to contest even that top 5, right? Okay, Fortnite fam, you heard the battle bus, which means we're going back in all the action. Shio Wager Sundown, back over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Levin, and Reese. 1 match down on the day, 7 down total, 5 more to go. 3 acts of champions will be handed out here in Europe, and so far it looks like Cammy, Seti, and Teak are doing their best to hold on. But Chayo, that was their worst game in a while. With here, wait, let me check. Yes, it was their worst game since their 7th place 1 elim performance, and Seti did end up clutching in the 8th place. So his 8th place was still 5 elim. So it's not like that was insignificant. They're still piling on the lead. And all right, flip a coin. Who wins it this time?
This is going to be Nate winning easy peasy clap. As I say that, he's doing all the jukes with these tires. Thomas HG and Austin Queasy have the guns, so wondering how even Nate got away in the situation and isn't knocked. I mean, that's crazy. No weapons running. All these big movement things are coming through from Anas's side too. I'm just flabbergasted in the fact that Thomas HG just got caught right there. Skype with a huge shot. Nate now down, but the trade is okay for their team. They're gonna have a lot of control here, and Anas is now left as a solo. I'm not sure how this happened. It just felt like Queasy, Anas, and Thomas had a little bit of control there, but with the power they had, they couldn't find anyone or get any shots, and then as a result, they get more surprised than I was.
Yeah, it seemed like the quick lever action pickup from Skype. He was able to loop back around to find his teammate, and in a little bit of a change, we've seen them typically pick up one elimination right off the bat. Instead, two very quick knocks, and Shizo down to just 20 effective HP. He's going to try and hit the backstack, and like we talked about, create a little bit of distance towards that north side, but it's a very predictable rotation out when Mustache and Malabuko and no effective HP. It's going to be a tough rotation. Will at least find a blue lever and some minis, so looks like he might actually just try and hide, deny these minis a little bit. I don't necessarily hate that play. He's unable to pop them, and at least pop the two, then maybe chuck the other one away, however you might have a chance to get it. You can see, doesn't necessarily want to commit to going in the sky, because as soon as he does that, he is going to get called out, and Jetta should see him. He should have just saw him right there, and yeah, she's going to try and trade it out, potentially take a 1v1 while he has the opportunity to, but it's going to be a difficult push. He finds a great shot, the rare lever action. You can see that rate of fire in the wall-to-wall prowess there. You can see him trying to chase this down, wants to get an opportunity to get one more shot on to Andretta before his teammates are able to help, and that's not going to happen as Esatam. Nope, never mind. I thought Esatam snuck that away. He just got a knock in the feed as well. That should have been Savage who cleaned that up, the only one with a shot. We're going to swing on over here. You can see the Spanish trio getting aggro real quick here.
Yeah,
going up against.
Not regular at all for the Spanish trio whatsoever. When they come rolling in, it's always at Believer Beach on their own time. This time, going to be absolutely invaded at their spot near the castle. Jose already low. He decides to just go, and now it's Crow. What's he going to do next? Absolutely nothing with this inventory. This is for long-range shots, not a close-range fight, and he gets taken out. Dennis changing things up. Noah Riley are moving away from Believer Beach on that fight. They're actually doing what classic teams used to do from Believer Beach, bullying the teams on the left side at that solo house at Castle. But so fast, I think that's a direct off-spawn contestation. They just win it up.
So did Mitro and Ironly finally force them to lead? It feels weird for that to happen after 7 games, but I guess better late than never if you're looking to just make a play in the money right now. You can see Advise trying to do his best to throw a little bit of a monkey wrench in the play, and he's doing a good job of that, picking up one full confirmation, trying to get on the wall with that rare pistol. We talked about how good it can be in close quarter situation, not necessarily that epic or legendary variant, but still has a ton of prowess, still has that 2 times headshot multiplier. And right now Advise doing a really good job. This looks like it's just a stream cleanup 1v1 according to the bottom part of the map. Does end up taking a 72 shot there, so it's going to pop the mini. He has plenty of excess there. Staciptos picks up Nate in the feed. That will end up being a knock. We've only had 2 full trios go down as Nate does get confirmed. A lot faster paced game than we saw in the previous one, Chow. I guess teams don't want to be following the storm surge so late, as Fi is able to just pick that one up there. Good finish up on the fight, and he's going to head right on over to the reboot.
And it might sound like a broken record here, but this exact same situation happened yesterday. A first game where Surge was crazy and it was so tough for teams to find damage. A second game where people get frustrated, insta switch drops or go for faster fights. It gets kind of insane. Nice reboot though. Get this team back up on board. The big thing too for the teams that are alive at Steamy Stacks. Yeah, we saw Murstash's team lose, and that might be bad for them, good for Benji, but that's also very good for Camiseti and Teak. The one way they can get stopped today is if these teams were having an absolute display of power in the first early games, continue that and keep racking up more and more points, get BRs or double-digit elims over and over again. If you're at a 50-50 spawn and your team doesn't get to show off that power in the end game, in even one game, it allows people in the lead to just keep that lead for so much longer.
Well, so at this point, too, with the Spanish trio just absolutely floundering here. Yes, they were the newcomers on the scene. Their performance was fantastic yesterday, but they needed to repeat that performance and better in order to pass Camiseti and T. They have had 2 bad matches today. That is not going to happen. However, we did see Frostroki, CRR, and Aqua able to pick up the match #1 victory royale. They did close that gap a little bit. Not a ton, but they closed the gap. They made up a little little bit of delta in that point. If they can keep doing that, there's a chance. The best chance is going to happen right now. Like I said, they're plus 16 points based off the command. You can see it right now. 28 for Tikiko, 44 in Aqua. That is just the day #1 numbers. I mean, if anybody's going to catch them, Shayo, I think it's this trio.
Yeah, and the way they're going to be doing it, if they want to, you know, cement it in game 1 with just 7 elims, they have to just keep going for wins here. That's literally what it has to be. I would say 3 victory royales. They have to win half the games minimum to make that space up first, and then maybe win more after that as well. I mean, it's a tough task. Based on game 1, though, and the way these zones are going, they keep getting these home zones at Boney Burbs. Get to take their time, do what they want, come back to the POI. It's really good for Aqua, an IGL that likes to have that setup. Choose specifically where he wants these bases at the highest points in the map. They're delaying the game right now too, Sundown. Usually we already see them at a base, ready to shoot. They're still looting up.
Yeah, looting up, trying to get around. They do have that legendary shotgun onto Aqua. We've seen them holding that a number of times. So actually going to head down towards the convergence, which once you have mass materials is very efficient. You can see that counter just a little bit under the elimination total. Anytime we do flip over to a player, it gives us a little bit more detail. We know he only needs to farm on wood, but the convergence has very little materials by it. Makes it a good spot to rotate past and potentially look for tags, but not a good spot to go unless you've maxed up on your mats.
This is going to be a pit stop for them. Definitely not exactly the spot they want to be. So Aqua actually moves up, just trying to get some brick. One more team to talk about as well, who still have their spot in the conversation to maybe contest Steady Kenny Mystique, is Flowis, Hellfire, and Scram. They've been playing very consistent. Even coming in to this next day, they're right beside Aqua in terms of points. Maybe not in a display of skill completely to own a game, but this last game they came 3rd with 7 elims. They were one of those teams that had a solo survive for so long. So they're right there side by side. If they continue their game and then maybe Steady Kenny Mystique flop a little bit, they literally just get top 3s over and over and over again. Might be a definite possibility.
Yeah, you can see out of the 6 games yesterday on EU, 2 were won via the high ground crown, and 2 being the ones to be able to do that. I think largely we've seen high ground just being a safe control and a way to kind of get a passage into at least kind of those top 3 situations. However, you need to be able to execute after the fact, because EU is filled with teams who are more than happy to just hang out on the mid and low ground and play for that last fight. They'll play for 2nd place knowing that, like, hey, if we take a 3v3 at the end and we get all 3 of those eliminations, that plus maybe a couple early on, like 5 elims VR, 40 points, that sounds pretty good, right, Shayo?
It just has to stay consistent. That's all it is, and that's the toughest thing for all these teams, because we saw yesterday even a little bit. Every single team basically gave up at least one game, other than really Steady Kemi and Teak. They were just rolling in the whole way too. So, I mean, they have to basically play perfectly, and that's just to be beside the team that's in 1st place. Just haven't really seen this before anywhere but really NA West and sometimes Brazil as well. So it's going to be tough.
Yeah, team down in Brazil ended up opening up a huge lead. PHZen and his trio, I mean, they played phenomenally yesterday. And if you haven't checked out some of the other regions Fortnite, I highly recommend it. There was a Japanese broadcast for the Asian finals last night. You can tune into. I know a couple people were streaming the OC. If you want to check out your favorite players, I highly recommend checking out any of the watch parties wherever you're tuning in to catch the action. That's all we care about. Just watch some Fortnite. Give these players the credit. This is the premier event. We got the Grand Royale coming up as well, so don't forget to keep your eye on the announcements, all of the Twitter, see what's going to go on with that, because we're going to be rolling right into another competition. But right now, it's all about EU. 5 games left. We're going to have that Storm Surge warning popping up here on the right side a little bit. Again, that's for the trios who have done the least amount of damage, and they're going to be pressured. It's 25 damage every 5 seconds, but Noah Riley doing some pressuring himself right now, picking up the full elim. That's Robon, who, him and Fnayan, they've had a really tough time. They're a trio who I really had high hopes for, but it just seems like there's either a little bit of not only communication barrier going on there, not necessarily calming in their native languages, but just not having necessarily the time and chemistry that a normal season would have been able to develop for a full trio, as we see Mitro and Arian Lee also going down there to Coral and Splash.
One thing I feel like Robon did really well is filling in the gaps of some of the big teams when they weren't actually there in the qualifiers. They looked really good when they were in control and didn't have some of the big names to face, but as soon as those names start taking up the low ground, as soon as Steady Kemi Teak start to be ahead of you faster, and Aqua's a little bit more dominant on height, it's tough for some of the teams, as you're saying, might have those comms issues, those identity issues, to find a spot on the map. Floki, Slipghost, and Clement, I'm not going to add that tag to them completely, but it seems like they're kind of going completely under the radar. They don't have a sense of control completely in the game when they're playing. They are adapting really well to every situation, but I feel like you need a little bit more than that if you want to win. To stay top 5, they can definitely play how they're playing, but to elevate the game, I think they need to be a little bit harder towards these end games.
Yeah, but we've seen it in particular when it comes to French Fortnite trios, and when they do end up putting it all together, it's terrifying. Like, it's almost a different breed that sometimes they play. They do have a little bit of a practice situation for the core group who ends up playing together. And when they are able to just put together a full 6 or 12 game performance, it really adds up to something that's impressive. But right now, it's Steady, Cammy, and Tiku, the ones who are setting the pace. So it doesn't matter how fast you're playing. You have to play to their level. As you see, Storm Surge, the warning is going to tick on the right-hand side. They're 646 above, so no pressure on them as Nakos is going to get the knock on Stompy. We already saw Nebs go down, so it should just be Pink over there. You can see Aware, Karma trying to spray some shots around, getting the priority position on top of Convergence, knowing refarming is going to be tough, as Andalix, Xweez, and 4ZR also trying to add a little bit to their total. The question is, who is below? They're just ticking above. We will end up now having 3 trios who could be impacted. Storm Surge will start in about 75 seconds.
Storm Surge, I feel like, has been the trip up for 4ZR, Xweez, and Andalix. This is a few games. One thing that hasn't really kept them super consistent, you can see too in this game, it's not going to be, you know, the comfortable 200 damage above. The nice message you want to see on the right side of your screen. They're going to still have to fight the upkeep with the rest of the teams around them. And it might just be the zones that are tripping these guys up. We've been in the north side so long right now, it feels like we're not even watching EU. We're in Canada, but it is what it is. These guys will dive into these boxes, try to pick up that damage, get close and personal. This is a way to rack things up. It is riskier, though, because you put your body on the line. It's not like a long-range base. Sometimes you don't have the luxury to do that if you're rotating late, having to go north, having to go towards the center every single time.
Yeah, it makes it a little tough. You can see Benji pick up the knock there onto Hadi. Elocrats getting the confirmation onto Zendaya, but Skite going down to himself there, so not necessarily going to end up being happy. That could have been chopped out. You can see Estatom will confirm too by himself, but right now, 4ZR, Xweez, and Andalix are just trying to survive. They are wall-to-wall with this trio. They don't necessarily have to be taking this fight, but they do want to end up well above the wall. And actually, as I say that, Xweez actually ends up getting a knock onto Poly. They're going to try and see if they can't pull that down, but not out player back and end up taking all their resources, and they're going to be able to do it.
A nice bootleg harpoon. Sometimes you just got to use your hands. Get that refresh to 395, so the situation just completely changes. Skite, although, is going down. Nebs does clap back under Birdo. PTQ still having a thing to say to Carmi, who was actually at a high elevation, so I'm wondering exactly how that fight even broke out. But now 600 damage above Surge. Andalix, Xweez, 4ZR doing so well. And I'm waiting to see exactly how this game really goes for them. Every time they end up inside these top 10 situations, they rack up around 7-6 eliminations and do change how the top 10 looks overall.
Hellfire and Flonada also picked up a pair of elimination confirmations there, so should be a nice little round of points. Storm Surge does turn off, but unlike last game, not as many fragmented trios and full trios going down, so lots of still duos and solos were up on their feet, meaning no placement points given out yet. We still have 28 trios in play trying to compete for that. So a little bit of a different lobby, a little bit of some solo dolos running around. You can see Scram was one to get one of the elimination points. Hellfire ended up picking up the other. That's +4 for them. We are dropping down below that 70 number. Not too many reboot vans in play as well. I think there might be one like slightly on that northwest corner that should play out in the next zone. Otherwise, we'll have the normal players in. Nope, no, actually, I don't think. Yeah, there is one all the way on just kind of like that little western border there. But otherwise, not going to be super acceptable as there are tons of players who are there. There is still one in Boney that could potentially get a player, so we see a yellow triangle there. We have flown it out in the top right-hand corner and Scram. Hellfire actually got knocked, but they're going to try and pull him away and get a revive, and they're pulling him way back into the tunnels.
What is this base? It's huge. There's so many weird things going on in the zone. Every time it's central and it keeps pulling in, it just makes things awkward. You can't really move. You don't have a reason to overall. It's like watching a high school dance. Everyone's just kind of littered around in different spaces and no one really knows what to do. Do I walk up and say hello to someone? Do I bust a move? What's going on?
I mean, it's exactly what's going on in the bottom right-hand corner there. You see No Riley throwing out the infinite dab. We got some dance moves, a little bit of a fanning going on, the high school dance all over. But right now we can see the zone is pulling kind of just towards the south. There's a little bit of change of verticality in that area, but it's the first time we've really seen the zone anywhere near the convergent Shio. And the late games in this situation can be a little awkward as the building does get weird at times.
If you own the mountains, you basically own the zone. I think we saw one of these zones happen in the semifinals day one. It was Mitro as well, who just took things away by sneaking around everyone and then staying up top. Axe Force also going down. It's gonna cost them a walk-up, but there's a reboot right here, and it still even looks, I know it's a 2-tick, but it feels like a 1-tick to me. It's barely even any damage, completely nominal. I'm not sure if Koro has a medkit to pop, but he should do it soon. There it is, nice. They're gonna be fine. But yeah, when it comes to the zone, the more south you are, it feels like the more options you have, the more you can do. You can keep beaming people, and the ground will just always be right under your feet and higher than everyone else.
Gives you plenty of line of sight to be able to rain down on the lobby. And again, line of sight in the exact same spot they always are.
It's a random box.
Just a random box right in the middle of the zone on the low grounds in the south corner of the zone. Like, it's so weird that they haven't been shot at once. It's not like people don't know where they are. They've done the same thing every single game. But I mean, they just get plenty of room to do it. And you can see the key on their positioning is too, it might look completely random, but they're not necessarily in the direct line of fire from the people who are in power positions, right? They create enough of a distance where, like, those teams up there, yeah, they could shoot at them, but they're just going to be able to throw a cone and a floor above their head. It's a tough angle to really get the spray onto the wall, which is where you want the damage. And then on top of it, they get great lines of sight on everyone else who needs to rotate into the zone. So it just sets them up to really, I don't want to say they don't have to play the game until kind of the fifth zone in the moving circles, but it's so formulaic beforehand that you just are kind of going through the motions. And that's what happens when you've practiced this so much. You just leave it down to the high level of execution. I mean, if anybody can execute, it's these two players.
I'm just so confused as to how they're not running into any teams to get to this point. Like, a perfect example of interruption so far has been Aqua's team. They were trying to move past the convergence. One team saw them, then changed their whole game plan. They're not going to be on height this time. Snako sneak off an egg room. This is exactly where they land too. So I hope that they do have control of this entire area, but it's like, how are Steady, Cammy, and Teak allowed to just move around as much as possible? Is it super early? Like,
It's the chonkers up the IO cars. So we talk about it. The IO cars, when you're rotating through, they are a little bit faster when you're able to go. They're more efficient when you get through in terms of the gas. But you see those chonkers all over the place, and you might think, oh wow, those are just tires. Those are great. I guess I can use them to like break some fall damage or something. No, if you get chonkers, throw them on whatever car you're rotating on. It makes getting over these mountains, gets over the hills. You lose no damage. You get a ton of extra distance. And again, they subscribe to the theory of you either go super early or go super late. Except they never go super late. It's always super early. They're always inside the zone way ahead of time, and they play for the middle of the zone. They don't care if they get half and half out, drop directly on top of the head. They basically head towards the southern middle part of the zone, and then they play from there. So this is the part in time where now they actually have to start making decisions. Otherwise, they do the exact same thing. Otherwise, and it's been working. It's perfect.
Yeah, the decisions they're making aren't as complicated as everyone else. They're always by themselves. Look at Aqua, 7 different teams around him. Yeah, he pulled zone 2, so some of his options are basically solved for him overall. But for Steady, Cammy, and Teak, they're usually 1,000 damage almost above Surge. They can just primarily focus on position. It's just a free game for them overall. Aqua, though, I mean, just talked about his situation. It's looking kind of weird. The thing is, though, this is fine. These are actually the games this trio does really well in, when they start on low a little bit and then boost up and go for that retake on height.
But one thing to note, as we do talk about the tournament management mode, despite how Cammy, Steady, and Teak are playing, their strategy in the way they get eliminations relies on them making it all the way through into the end game, right? They're not going to be picking up eliminations almost ever in the early and mid game unless they're manufacturing the ones that we've seen in Storm Surge that we've talked about a few times, where they kind of post up next to a team who they reliably think might be underneath it, and they take that fight if they have the advantage. Other than that, they don't really pick them up. Whereas these other teams are putting themselves in the zone, as we saw Hellfire picking up yet another elimination. So they do have the opportunity to close the gap that way. Noah Riley getting a knock onto Pink. We do have Storm Surge coming through. We have Recent Taste and trying to find a little bit of room. Jerky also up on the high ground. He's got a rifle directly behind him. Excuse me, with Kinzo posted up. We're going to swing back on over. Yeah, they're sitting on 3 eliminations, but Hellfire is down. Flonata, very low HP. They're actually going to be able to pull him back and be forced to use Chug Splashes early on. And Scram takes a ton of damage. He's going to get harpooned back in. So Flonata maybe potentially able to save him, but down to a solo and a duo, and instead looks like he's going to leave him.
Every top team has to risk it all for their positions. They're in trouble. Some of their teammates are down. They don't have the spot they want to be in. Meanwhile, Steady, Cammy, and Teak, we're talking about gaps over and over again. They're still keeping it wide open by themselves on a perfect lair, uninterrupted. If they do well this game, they can eclipse 300 points. which is a threshold some FNCS winners have never hit before. In game 2 of day 2.
I mean, is it too, I don't want to say is it too early to call it, but like, I mean, if they get a win, I'm like, do we start celebrating now? Like,
pay attention to the bottom left number whenever we go to their trio. If it hits 70 points or somewhere near 80 this game, I feel like it's already wraps. That being said, though, there's so many different teams flying up in the sky. They're gonna have to survive for a long time. It's not the same situation as last game where there was so many teams dropping all the way towards the very end, a lot of solos. There are organized trio clusters all around, 18 teams, 45 players. The math almost adds up perfectly, and now the shots are coming through from Adil, Janice, and Noah Riley. They're already at, what is this, 11 eliminations? And there's 45 players alive.
I was going to say, Noah's sitting on 8 himself, and they just got 2 more knocks there on that rotation. So they're saying, hey, we got nothing to lose. We've been battling it out every single game off a drop with us over at the beach, and they just fought the trio that came in the day in second place. But now Noah Riley says, I need a little bit of that best fighter in EU talk going back to my name. It's been awful quiet for a while, so let's pump the volume up. Give me the soundbite, Sundown. But it doesn't matter. Because we talk about all of this. Look at the low ground. Look at them, the hip to hip, the entire time, priority position, building out with metal. They're going to low pad to end up just taking a small amount of space. Just make sure that they don't end up extending there, because there's no other time they're going to end up using it. And they're going to go up above the convergence. This rotation is going to be so hard for everyone who's behind them. That's why they wanted to make sure they're in the front. As Janice picks up yet another elimination onto Vettel. Storms are still hamming away. Rodeo picks up another one. I believe that's 16 they're pushing on. We could potentially see a 20 elimination game coming out from them. Tripper ends up getting the confirmation onto Rifle. Still one full trio end up being hit by Storm Surge. At least you can see a shot does come through in terms of the charge with the edit, but no confirmation as they continue rotating up towards the convergence.
Every team is trying to play catch up to a moving target that's better, faster, and stronger at height. It's going all the way up to the skies, maybe even the max build limit if they don't stop soon. Kirachi down, Noah Riley traded, Swimmer and Toos now have control. And they might be able to get that revive too if they play their cards right. If they do go for that though, it's only going to be Toos dropping down the pressure. He goes for a reconnect as well. They have to give Kirachi a little bit of a letdown. A big chop is going to come through. So Right still has his footing. It's looking good. Aqua is the one that actually take down Kiriachi. Is this a second shot that might come through as well? I'm not sure, but Aqua is definitely in the situation, in a position to maybe play for retake. The launch pads will come, and I'm not sure which trio this is. It is actually Aqua, Sir, and Fastroki, and they're going for it. Remember, they have to win games over and over to keep up with the people in first place, and they're trying to take things into their own hands.
And Cammy has fallen, but they're inside the top 10 again, and Seti and Teak are still up on their feet. It's something they do, and now that we've pulled towards the convergence, and we're going to pull out and away here in a second. Fastroki ends up getting knocked. That's going to be awful for their chance to try and win the game, and that's Teak who's going to end up picking that up. Aqua comes down the chop. It's just too far away. They try and get going. It's going to end up Stormeray who picks it up. It's all going to end up going towards the low ground. You can see pushing in the top 10, and Teak ends up hitting a launch pad, finds a recycle, and finds a perch from the high ground. He says, I'm the one on the high, raining shots down. He wants the champion. He wants to secure it right now with the victory royale. A brilliant shot from the perch. He ends up picking up Stormy Ray. That's a full elim. He gets the mats to go with it. Child, this looks like their game.
They haven't done it like this before. This is flashy, confident. Sometimes they're just kind of gifted height overall. This time they take it in the most perfect fashion we've seen, understanding that the two teams there fall down. Another pad for Teak. I called around 70, 80 points, and we're almost right there. A top 3 situation. They're at 62 just on the day. That's more than some of the teams made on the first one. And this is just game number 2. Seti and Teak as a duo will break it down the same way we've seen them take apart so many competitions just as a duo sometimes. The solos sometimes. They're used to being champions. Benji, Fishy, Savage, and Dredda will have a big task all the way on low. It's a convergence. You can't break through half these cubes. You have to play the position. There's a sneaky rat down on the low ground too. Edison is the one gonna get uncharged after that. He's gonna get completely taken out. Teak is actually getting close and personal. Seti is playing insurance, but it's gonna be a 1v3 for Teak down on low. He gets one. Looking for the next. 4 seconds in zone, gets pumped down, and now it's all down to Seti playing that heal game.
Seti will get the first med kit off, but then
No!
Said he will not get the med kit off and will get second place there, but still as a duo, we talked about it, their worst placements have been a 7th and a 1st, an 8th and a 5th. Well, I'm sure they will take a second to continue rocking it up there, but Benji, Fishy, and Dretta and Savage take away match number 8 there with a little bit of shenanigans towards the end, a little bit of missed execution, but I think they'll be fine with second.
Life is a comedy sometimes. That game
or
was a funny one. Or a tragedy. We'll see what emotions Zeke, Levin, and Reese have on the desk for that game number 2.
All right, yeah, it's only game number 2 here on the day. You already got me losing my mind. I cannot believe what happened there toward the end. I mean, like, obviously, congratulations, Savage, Benji, and Dretta. 14 elimination victory royale. A very spicy pickup here, especially in game number 211. That's the jump start that this trio needs for the day.
But we knew they were this good, and I think that's the frustration for all of their fans, knowing that when they can get out of off-spawn comfortably, they are one of the best teams in the world. And the medkit play, Seti, big man, look, I love you, Seti. You're one of the best players out there. You had a phenomenal day.
You would have won, dude.
Big man, you can't be messing up the medkit at this thing. Like, you know what? That's fine, because second place, you know, I think they had a 36-point game. They're fine, like, they are fine. They're still continuing on the track. If anything, right, they'll be licking their lips. They'll be smiling still after that, right? They're perfectly fine. But the teams that sort of have now had better games, the likes of Endretta, Savage, Benji, the likes of No Riley's True, who's been pretty pedestrian for all of yesterday, they had 17 eliminations that game. They actually had the second most points of anybody in that last game, right? So madness, I really want to see more of that from those two teams in particular. Really great off-spawns leading to them having really good games overall. I just want to see it being more competitive for the teams lower down. We know Camisette and Tiga are going to run away with it, but the teams lower down, can you fight now to get into that conversation?
Yeah, and I think what was interesting there was the fact that, I mean, we saw the height turnovers repeatedly, and obviously that led to Seti's team being able to take it. But like, Aqua's team was poised to get another victory round. They almost had a height. They were a full trio with a duo up above them at that moment, and it could have been theirs for the taking. But obviously, we saw Teak start to spray them all out, and eventually he picked up a bunch of eliminations from the knockdowns there. And now that's going to close the gap, because remember, coming into this, Aqua was second, Seti was first. Obviously, they've gone even further deeper into it, so I'm sure Aqua's going to fall a little bit down in the leaderboards too.
I can't take you seriously with the costume. I can't. You just is this bad, man.
We're trying. We'll take a look at the standings in a second. We got to talk about 2 trios in the top 10 that fell early in that game that just allowed other trios to operate freely in this game.
But that's the beauty of it, right? Because you look at the 2 teams that actually really did well off spawn, right? They're the 2 teams that scored the most points in this game. And Dretta, Mr. Savage, and Benji finally winning Steamy Stacks, taking down Malabuka's trio. Malabuka's trio, who was in the top 10 coming into this game, they go down off spawn. Benji goes on to have a massive game, right? You know, we see this where teams, you know, who struggle off spawn, when they do have that one game, they use it well. Another example here, Vidil's trio, they take down Diox's trio, who've been phenomenal over the past 2 days, but they go down, then Vidil's trio go out and have a game similar to the kind of game you'd expect Diox's trio to have, where they get, you know, a mad amount of eliminations, 17 eliminations, they come 6th place. If these 2 teams can continue to have these kind of games, they are going to really start to catch up and put themselves in position, to have much better games. You see here, even though both those teams didn't have great games, Diox still in the top 5, Mustache still in the top 8, not too shabby.
Yeah, and I think, you know what, I just want to harp on it because I don't get to talk about Vidil's team yet, so I want to talk about them. Like, they were 32nd coming into this. That's almost last to the point, and picking up so many points. Like, you know, I'm sure if we switch over that next page, we'll be able to actually see. I'm sure they don't want me to switch over, but want to see anyway, to see exactly how much they've actually moved up there at that moment. So I'm sure they've flown up big time.
Yeah, really great stuff from them. Actually, to note, 17 elimination actually is the tied record for most eliminations in any region, right, in a game in the final. So, you know, really big game, and that's what you expect from a team that is very much, you know, hailed as the best fighting team, you know, having the most talented players in the region. You expect these kind of games from them. Yesterday was a nightmare, you know, a bit of a howler on their half. But today you can come on and have an absolute corker, right? A really good game. That's what you expect from these guys. Hopefully moving forward, they have more of them. Hopefully not at the expense of Diox's trio, because I'm enjoying watching them play and not going down on spawn. But, you know, such is life, I guess.
Such is life. Like my life seeing Reese Subspace every day, man. This guy's, I'm telling you, I might not make it all the way to
Which
the day.
one do you prefer?
Sundown! Shyway, just send help, please!
Such is life, CS la vie. Gracias, Zeke, Levin, and Reese, whatever language you're watching and however you're watching effing CS. We're coming to the halfway point here for day number 2. 4 more matches left, including this one, and we'll crown the champions. And still, Steady, Cammy, and Teak, if anything, that lead looking a little bit more comfortable. 70 points need to be surmounted by the teams in second and third, and then you got another 20-point drop-off. So realistically, like, maybe this game or next game, we might start talking about champions crowned and then the battle for second.
Definitely have that moment. The battle for these spots is the main thing for all these teams. They're kind of sharing games, basically. Like, who can play which game? Is it going to be you this time, and we're basically going to have half the points that we could all totally have if we had our own spots? That's the question. The caddy corner fight starts fast. This time Nate is going to be the one picked up first. Thomas HD is not going to miss him off the rip. Got the weapon, got the elimination. It is over. Savage also is going to miss a few shots, crucial ones. Not going to have any mats to be able to live. He's thrown into a completely different atmosphere, a different world. No way to actually build out from the backside. He has to climb his way back up. Benji's going to be there to help him out a little bit. Malibuca's going to start to run around. Is it already a 1v3? Maybe. It looks like it. Malibuca's trying to run away. No, his teammates are all the way on the backside. Kind of being a slower fight overall here at Steamy Stacks.
Slower fight until Benji decides to get wall-to-wall with that epic lever action shotgun. That thing is, that's going to hurt if he's able to get up in that situation, particularly once he gets this medkit on the effective HP in that regard. You're just able to rip through some of these early game engagements, but you can see Shizu Murstache and Malibuca do a good job creating some space, and instead we see a little bit of a fight going on over here. 4ZR also rotating over, so people deciding they need Elim points and they need them now, Shio.
Yeah, usually Misty's kind of a ghost town. Some spooky noises of harvesting happening left and right of just one team. There's never really any super action dropping down. Clement, Floki, Deceptos have had enough of just being and lurking in the shadows. Want to take the game by their own hands. I mean, the last 3 games, if you have a backup plan, a plan D, a plan Z almost, it's time to break it down and get aggressive, get those points in. Doesn't completely work out for them. We're going to lose Floki for now, but that car is going to be there for 5 total minutes. They'll turn back to the town and see what's up. Meanwhile, that's Steamy Stacks. Yeah, Benji's almost wall-to-wall. We're getting there. The first shot will come soon.
Patience is a virtue. It's okay. It'll come. We've seen these fights happen before, and once they do end up resolving, they go pretty quickly. But one thing you've noted about how these teams, they've kind of traded games, and I feel like about like 60% of the case that's been true. We've also seen about 40%, 1 or 2 elims will be traded, and somebody just dips. Somebody just leaves, and they get whatever reboot they can, and they play it out with either a solo or a duo or just like a rebooted Shambles trio. We've seen that happen at least 2 or 3 times from these trios, so not always 100% relentless and required to clean up the fight all the way, which Steamy Stacks is one of those places that if you decide to disengage, it's just really hard to stop you. There's so many different ways you can end up going, where if you break line of sight once, it's like, do I really want to spend the time chasing this person? Are we really going to cue the yakety stacks up here, get the Benny Hill music going on, and just like, it's not going to happen, right? But I was to say, wall to wall, Benji Fishy goes to the Savage, is going to be the first one to go to Sam. Benji does end up getting in and gets obliterated. Just absolutely bopped right there. Malibuca doing a fantastic job in the wall-to-wall fight, taking down 2 of what are some of the most notarized fighters out of EU, Benji and Mr. Savage.
I kind of felt like a team finisher right there. They're all edited and dropped down at the same time and landed the shot in a very cinematic fashion. I'm liking it. Still upkeeping with style. Even if these fights are kind of brutal, maybe frustrating for the teams back and forth because they will miss out on a game here or there. I'm wondering exactly how the Caddy team looks. We'll tune in with Steady Cammy at some point whenever in late game. They'll be low ground or in a solo box. We know how that goes.
No, we know exactly where they'll be. We've been over this, right? They will be on the southern side of the zone, a little bit more towards the central, in an area where the high ground isn't looking directly at them. Every single time. We don't need to look at them towards now. I promise you. We'll tune in. Let's tune in about let's say we can say 20 seconds after third zone closes, right? Observers, we'll put that on the clock, right? 20 seconds after third zone closes. I promise you that's where they're.
Atro actually picking one up in the feed. Wondering how his off spawn's going now, where they're actually getting surge. It should be very different because usually they're fighting a team or at least have people to shoot. It's not going to be the case if a deal's literally not landing there, right? Hold on, we have a little bit of a time advance too. Not quite the third zone, but in the first, a little bit of farming going down. But yeah, my focus, I really want to see what Mitro's up to right now. I want to see exactly if Aqua has his game plan locked down. Some of those top two teams who still have one game, this game, a chance to contest and close the gap. If Teak's team does fall, trying to build somewhat of a last chance comeback narrative. There's some other teams who are in that situation. Michael, Astro, Verox, top 6, uncontested, Dirty Docks. They kind of come from the same side. Teak on the top right, Flois, Hellfire, and Scram, who look very aggressive and nice on the day. They get in trouble, and here it is, Steady Cammy Teak. Teak a little bit lower. I think someone's finally answered the call, Sundown. He kind of put the Teak signal in the air. Someone stop these guys, and this might be the chance to hold down first place.
A little bit undisciplined on this rotation. They got very split going out there. Teak was a little bit far ahead. I was about to say, this is the one situation where the zone being revealed here, I'm glad we popped over because we are pulling a little bit farther to the southwest for what's really been the first time in EU. Like, unless we get a really far north zone, this should be the farthest side we're going towards Sludgy Swamp. With that being the case, most of the teams who are rotating away from the north and rotating to the docks, if they are a little bit slower and a little bit more split on the rotation, this is where they could get jumped on. And the fortunate thing is you're never going to commit to a fight in this circumstance, right? The team who ends up coming out late doesn't have any more of an advantage other than just throwing a couple AR shots that way. So unless they're able to really effectively be like, all right, 1, 2, 3, we all shoot Teak, which we saw there for a second, they're not going to burn a launch pad to then jump right down on top of them. They're going to be like, oh yeah, we got 90 damage. Sweet, that Storm Surge is great. And they're going to go next.
Will definitely be a little bit different. I'm wondering if we get that map shot up again too. One thing I do want to note, this is the yellow arrow team that's moving in. Teak's all the way on the right. Look at the way teams are actually set up in the map. Sometimes we're used to watching Steady Cammy and Teak go straight towards the center usually of the zone, maybe somewhat a little bit more south. There's basically a line of teams smack dab in the middle, left to right. We're going to be watching them rotate with that vehicle. They're not going to get as far as before, and there's a huge line of teams vertically as well, top down from the convergence to Misty Meadows. I wish I could draw on this map. It's basically two security lines stopping this first place team from playing the usual game they do. And I don't see chonker tires on an IO car. I see a truck with what is it, Cammy riding on the backside. This is a much different game for that first place team.
Yeah, and largely, again, this is the first time we've seen a zone pulling this far to the southwest. We saw it during the pre-show, how we had that little almost pine tree posted up in the middle of the map, and we are keeping an eye in the bottom right-hand corner as well. There's our current second place team, just by 1 point ahead of Aqua after their performance in the last game, pulling out that Hellfire and Scram. So our top 3, Tiki's in the top corner right now, second place Fonada there in the bottom right hand corner, and then Aqua and Frustroki. We've seen a lot of in the past 2 games. They've played great so far today. Currently not shown on the screen, but this zone will close here. This will be the end of the first, and then where the second zone is actually going to dictate a lot, and potentially whether or not Keddy, Sammy, and Teak, you can see they are trying to get the Chonkers Tower onto at least some form of car that are going to end up fueling it up, knowing that the rotation is so key. Don't have the IO car, so a little bit of a less fortunate rotation, but adding the Chonkers is largely the bigger difference. As Flonada actually ends up, no, that was Hellfire taking farther to the southwest out. This is a tough rotation for them.
Definitely. The south is definitely the key for all these Misty teams. Kind of doing a bottom curve might be the best bet to getting somewhere strong, and then looking upwards north, getting any tags you can. Steady Cammy Teak will follow the water for now. Slow rotating in. The majority of these north teams will have a huge cluster to deal with as well. Cars riding, this might be the game that they just confirm the fact that they're going to be these European FNCS champions overall. 64 points on the day. If they got 40 more, they could break 400. It's insane. Flois, Hellfire, Scram, a little bit of a different situation. They are inside the zone. They're going to control the way people move around a little bit. But man, the one thing that is kind of different with this pulling all the way towards the south and being slightly new, a lot of the trees have not been taken care of. The split streams active, no one's really farming them. They usually just skip them and go straight up to a spire like Aqua's team did, or use that fast movement to start dip around. Juice does take one of them out, but it's going to be so hard to actually see anything from a high ground perspective, like Aqua's down to a lower base because there's so many leaves in the way.
Yeah, utilizing those side streams to just dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge around all the shots, but not a whole lot of farming. And also, it's about a 50-50 shot when you do get towards the Weeping Wood zone. Somebody's picked up a bunch of fireflies and just chucked them around, kind of going for the Scorched Earth policy, saying, hey, if you can't have it, neither can I. Right now, we do have a little bit of a tense situation here. Hellfire, Flonata, and Scram, wall to wall. It's no Riley, Janus, and Medeal, who we saw no strangers to fighting well at any point in the games. Whether it's the end game, last game, or early on. And as I say that, Janus just wipes Scram with little to no return, and it's going to be tough now for Flonata to fight. Has that charge shocker, but not able to get in a situation where he can use it. Boom, as I say that, does open a wall, gets a 115, but defensively really hard to fight with that weapon. And that was fast, Shio.
That's the operating word right there. Super speed even. All they did is just waited for Flores to seem to drop down to a refarm, interrupted that process in spectacular fashion. That was just so quick. Meanwhile, other teams aren't gonna have the same luxury. They'll have to actually climb up to these bases and take fights one-on-one. Reason definitely has to. They were just below Surge before that elimination came in. Their first one of the game so far, really stretching the way they have to rotate as well, all the way over at Craggy Cliffs. They're barely just at Boney, and they need to get down to Sludgy Swamp, so they've got still quite a journey to go. One Elam picked along the way. This day is also going pretty well for them overall. They just need to upkeep that pace. Once again, yeah, winning is huge, but getting yourself up to the highest placement possible at the end of the 2 days to really bump up the total prize money you end up walking out with. So that's exactly what's on the mind for Falcons. Duo rolling in here alongside Reason, and they're gonna really stretch out this fight. It's actually Mutual Milan and Arian who are on the other side from one way, and Axe Force is just hiding amongst these two God squads trying not to go down.
Well, they also only had 8 damage above Storm Surge. You saw on the right-hand side, still Reason around in the corner. Now only 58 above, so they know they need to get in zone. They thought maybe they could have been safe with that 101, but they don't necessarily want to have to deal with rotating and Storm Surge. They want to pick one and then have to deal with the other. So get to the edge of zone where you can then about face, throw some rifle tags, and worst case scenario, get wall to wall. But luckily for them, Sorcerer Special does end up picking up a little bit, some rifle tags being thrown over there, and I think they might have actually been able to get on knock. It looks like they're trying to fish for the finish. Don't see anything in the feed. Some good tags coming out there. Again, we talk about Storm Surge. That's the mechanic that punishes the most passive trios in the lobby. 25 damage every 5 seconds. It occurs at the 3rd, 5th, and 7th zone. It will turn off when we have 70 players. Then the 5th zone will turn off when we have 50 players. After the 7th zone, it will turn off when we have 30 players remaining. So just keeping an eye on that, forcing the action going through. Right now, we're going to take a look at some of the trios who might potentially either be engaged or be underneath threat of Storm Surge. We've seen this fight a number of times where Cammy, Steady, and Teak just take a defensive fight against somebody who has to press forward. But it's Andalex and his trio who are on the opposite side of the wall. And what did I say? 3rd zone, south side, a little bit towards the central, Shio?
I'm just so confused as to how they passed every team in front of them. We were watching that map. They were behind everyone. This shouldn't be allowed. And in terms of the way they're playing, yeah, 10 points in every single game. It's huge for this trio and Vetlays overall, but it's more than 10 for Steady, Cammy, Teak every game. We know that based on where they are overall. And they're going to stop Forza and Analyze like squeeze on their walls. I mean, they're somehow facing up against a team that's low on Surge every time, using that pressure to get free Elams or a full refresh. Then they can make their super long base. I don't even know what to call it. We have to coin it some type of term, but they have that huge worm base, I guess.
It's the runway, man.
It's the runway. I like
it's
that.
the runway to the end game. It takes them off the end game. They either put a launch pad at the end or they just chill on it, and Andalex is going to go down. But here, think about the reasoning behind it, right? If you're basing up in the middle of the zone in the low ground, right, and you're next to a team, there are 2 options. Either that team is above Surge and they're not going to fight you wall to wall, right? They're going to do the exact same thing you're doing, where they're just going to about face and try and throw some shots through something on the backside, or that team is below Surge and they have to push you. Either way, if you're the one who's there first and somebody opts in next to you, you're still not in a bad situation. Your worst situation is the team below Surge gets on your wall and they're taking 25 damage every 5 seconds. They're more than good enough to just fight this defensively, as right now Axe Force is one of the players being hit, so there could be a full another trio taking Storm Surge damage. He's hoping that 2 more players go down. He does have the medkit, gonna have to wait for the damage to come through because you have to be below 100 effective HP. We'll have the zone added on top of it. That is only a 2 tick for now, but I mean, it does all add up. Gets the medkit, is potentially thinking about a reboot, but with 70 players up left, if he does reboot, it's actually just going to turn Storm Surge right back on. 69 players left now, so not necessarily the best of situations to be in. So he's going to get whatever materials he can and rotate to. Oh,
I still don't think it's possible. It's going to be a 5-tick after this lock-in, right? So getting the whole team all the way there with the med kits, there's just not enough time. He's got the pads, but they're playing with gray pistols and just a little bit of wood, so it'll be trouble.
hey man, so you're saying there's a chance? I mean, about as much of a chance as somebody upsetting Cammy, Seti, and Teak at this point. We do have Jose Coro and Deoxy upset, and Cammy actually jumps down. He smells a little bit of blood in the water. He wants to get involved. He's going to create a little bit of distance, but needs to make sure he doesn't bite off more than he can chew. We are inside that top 24 trio, so 5 points has been given out, already 69 points on the day for our current leaders. We talked about it, how if we saw kind of that 70-ish point last game, they might have been safe, and now we start talking about how they go 100 points on this day in the first 3 games. I mean, that should be more than enough based on the statistics, but they've been playing so disciplined. Honestly, I wanted to see them try and roll out the most consistent batch of 12 games we've ever seen.
Not even one slip up. It's not completely unheard of, but in this fashion, I'm not even talking about slips. It's just basically perfection in the way they're playing. It's huge. Now they're going to have a little bit of a tough zone to climb. Usually it's just, you know, running forward, staying on the edge of the circle overall. They have to kind of do a center cut here, and it's all vertical. So
launch pad away.
How did Axe Force live?
You know,
Never mind.
He didn't.
Hold on that one real quick.
Yeah, he sent right back to lobby, got the little drone over his head. He said, you know what? It looks like you missed your teammates. Why don't you go talk with them? You got your 5 points. Congratulations. But his feet are no longer on the island in that regard. Unfortunately, eliminated away. But as we said, made the first round of placement points. We're going to tune back on in. You talk about them needing to make the rotation. They just burned a launch pad. They have no problem utilizing the resources they have. They said, hey, if you got it, and they have more than enough being able to utilize so many resources, and now they're doing what they do best, just trying to farm, look for shots, looking towards the outside of the zone and getting an angle. So we're going to get a little bit of a look, see who's above them. We do have my prediction, who was a little slow on day one, just a little bit slow overall, really looking to try and push towards the top 10 now. We see Jose going down. It's just going to be Crow up from that Spanish trio who started off so hot, but just like my tamales, going very cold now. You know, they're much worse when they're not fresh off the plate, and just having a tough time here, stuck in a wooden cone, praying nobody notices them. But it's not going to be good enough when Storm Surge comes hammering through here. 63 players up left. Remember, turns off when it gets to 50, and that will turn on in the 5th zone in 30 seconds.
Just like when you heat up food in the microwave as well, if this zone was a plate, it's just the edges that are really hot, right? There's no one really in the center at all. The convection, the heat waves aren't really making people move towards the center as much. That spot will be the most cold. Aqua Sierra, Fast Roki gonna get challenged for height. Milwaukee likes to do this once every 4 games. Maybe they have a contract to do that or something, I'm not sure, but they end up interrupting things all the way towards the top. It's gonna be a desperate fight for Surge, it seems like, from their trio side, and it might be good for Aqua Sierra, Fast Roki overall, because 165 above will dwindle down very fast. They do get a lot of damage done afterwards, though. Jerky finally going down to Nebs, who is active, full trio up. It's looking good so far for them rolling in this game. Nice shot from Aqua to get Korok down all the way towards the back. They have another one to take too. Aqua really putting on the damage here. Full trio is actually working side by side. Steady taking out Clement. So another team falling right towards, I would assume, next to their box. Janice also is taking out Kinzel. Another nice low ground team is gonna have so much more room now for Steady Kemi to operate if Kinzel's not there playing too. Aqua Sierra, Fast Roki, you're going to be dealing with Mitro now. That's a very different box fight. It's not going to be, will they, might they? If they decide to go for the fight, they're not going to stop.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but I'm pretty sure they just both Reason real quick right there. So, I mean, doesn't look like they're necessarily too worried. 77 points on the day. I was talking about how they're actually a little bit behind Steady, Cammy, and Teak. But now with 5 eliminations, they bounce that delta back a little bit. But again, they need lots of games, right? They need wins, and they need big wins. As we flip on over to the low ground, you can see Steady, Cammy, Teak just raining the shots down to be out GXR players, being able to put some shots in. And this is something they do incredibly well. They just happen to pick up eliminations here or there, and they're up to 3 on the day as right now, or 3 on this game, excuse me.
Already have a ramp to kind of start off with. Already have that vertical momentum to go straight towards the top. And they find another one inside these boxes. It's not going to be their elim, but they might be able to get that refresh. All these builds, it's fine for Cammy to keep holding down as long as they get maybe get their hands on that knocked body. No, it's not going to be possible. The fully eliminated Siphon is going to be a little bit in front of them. The brick is there. I think Teak might have picked up everything in front. So where does the zone go, though? In just a second. Are they blessed? Somehow they are. I guess we're on the final page of the script now. They get that free bounce. It's over a mountain, though, so Seti's going to have to start doing those vertical tarps. They're so brilliant to watch. Deceptos lonely by himself, no Floki. I mean, a little bit of trouble. 80 points on the day is still so good, though. Aqua actually going down. Noah Riley taking out Mitro. A little bit of a revenge all the way towards the top side. They'll get that revive up very fast. And once again, we have Seti pulling zone. Aqua on height. This is another game in the Season 8 finals.
But we're already into the cascading placement points, and we talked about that delta and needing to shift. And despite the fact that CR, Aqua, and Festoki are in a great position, Seti, Cammy, and Teak are still in a fine position, and that's not good enough if they want to take over the top. So despite doing their best for that battle for second, they want to keep their eyes on the prize. As we're going to keep our eyes on a nice little wide shot and see what the rest of the lobby looks like. You can see how High Ground is waiting, delayed Noah, looking to try and go up and cut off a little bit. Deceptos is a solo towards the backside of the zone. Will pick up one before he goes down that 16th place, picking up just one additional point for Shiro. Seti beginning his rotation now, but Aqua looking to cut him off. That's the late pad from the High Ground, and they're going to try and take it away, building him off. And Cammy, Seti, and Teak, they're just like, sounds good. See you guys.
Building boxes, just keep moving forward. No issues whatsoever. This is beautiful from Cammy every time as well. Just has such a huge amount of time, a long opportunity to get as many shots down as possible. Somehow actually ahead of the team now. They're actually going to claim low ground from multiple different angles, set up a trap maybe for a different team. They're going all the way down towards the ground because we're going down to the swamps, to the waters. Controlling low, you can become so incognito, it's crazy. You can surprise people just like Cammy tried to right there. They have so much space. They don't have the zone. Everyone's still trapped back. Haven't even made it past the bridge yet. This is insane.
I mean, the amount of waterfront property they have is criminal right now. Yes, they might have to worry about floods in a second, but I think they'll have more than enough money to be able playing a little bit of a start here. You can see Festoki did end up getting knocked down and separated for a second here. They're on 7 eliminations, though, so trying to push the pace a little bit as Aqua picks up another one, but Cammy also picks up another one. They're just yo-yoing it back and forth, but it doesn't matter if they keep making an endgame shy. That's another top 10 for Cammy, Seti, and Teak, and it doesn't look like they're slowing down as they have priority position again.
Low ground with 3 different teams. They actually got invaded inside the boxes and had a beautiful display of defense against another team just moments ago. Still Nebs popping off, Edison popping off, 92 points on day 2, just halfway through. Nebs finally down now, fully eliminated. Reese 11 broke it down. Every time they see a team, it's 6 eyes, 3 beams on the same target. They get deleted before they even touch the ground. Cammy, Seti, Teak, they're not fooling anyone right now, and they're just convincing every person across all regions that they're one of the best teams in the world. This low ground style of play, their game plan overall is untouchable. 60 limbs on Cammy, 1 pair for each for Seti and Teak. It's huge. They're at 8, almost double digit. Another player in their box. A big pump. Seti will be able to just confirm it fully. They're basically even unchallenged. Teak actually is going to be the cost of that. They'll explore the zone for a little bit and find another knock. That's going to be huge eliminations coming through. 104 points for Cammy, eating the cabbages. He's not going down just yet. He finds 4 more floppers and still has those veggies to eat. Somehow he is alive. They're not going to fail heal game this time. It's not a complicated mech kit. Look at the tags on a fast throw Stroke is a solo. It's now two of the hottest teams going toe-to-toe against each other. Cammy and Seti are going to be down a teammate for now. Aqua is going to be all the way on height looking to just stop these guys in momentum, in force, but they're not going to stop them on the boards. The second place will be enough. A big pump onto Fast Stroke. He's going to be Cammy.
No builds.
One-on-one, no builds?
No builds for first and second, trying to close the gap a little bit here, but you have to imagine second place would be enough. He's trying to find the shot. No builds, you can see Aqua 1v2, but it's not a lot of effective HP. Cammy can do it, won't get the siphon coming out, and they deny it, and they'll be able to do it with 10 eliminations in the VR. But on the other side, second place with what I believe was at least 8, maybe 9 elims, Teddy, Cammy, and Teak. Again, pushing the average placement up, pushing their average points up, and I'm not going to call it yet. We still have 3 more games, Shio, but the only team who could possibly catch him has got to be Aqua CR and Fastro.
They just had a mini conversation in that end game, Aqua, basically saying, I'm not done yet. Absolutely, there is still a microcosm of a chance. At the same time, though, Levin, Zeke, Reese, talk to me about what's going down. How big really is this lead?
You know, okay, should we just shut the competition down? Let's just turn off the
Zeke,
you know,
Zeke, do you know what is so frustrating, right? Like, imagine being Aqua, right? And for Strokey and CR, and you're going, we're here. We're going to give them a run for our money. We're going to make sure every single game we're competing with one of the best. But then you're going up against them every end game. So no matter how good you do, like, you could do, like, no matter what you do, you can't beat them because they're the team there with you in the final moments. Like, I'd be fuming if I was them. Like, great stuff. Honestly, I'm so impressed with like Sierra and Strokey. Like, really, they have been, you know, so incredible coming through the second day of semi-finals and being easily one of the best teams in the lobby. But it just shows how great Cammy, Seti, and Teak are. I can't even, you know, sort of quantify how well. At this point, you got to question.
Cammy Teak for just a moment. Let's talk about someone else in this lobby that we think is performing well. Floki, Clement, Disiptos, a trio that we think could very easily make it up into that top 10 spot. What's going on here, Reese?
I want to show you something, right? Because this is a team that should be contending against Cammy, Seti, Teak in the end game for that low ground positioning. But I'm showing you what's going to happen here, right? Floki goes down. I want to note something here, right? Floki, Clement, Disiptos, if you didn't get that, was the team we're talking about. They're being contested by 4ZR and X-Weez. Notice this, right? Look in the speed. Usually, if you're not familiar with replay mode, there'd be a little exclamation mark to show exactly what there's a knock there, right? Now, Andlex, exactly the same thing. X-Weez, the same thing too. So you think, where's this elimination coming from? You see there's no other players around, but if we scroll over, hold on, who's that? Who's this down here? We've got Kraid's team, who ends up just being the full third party for this. And look, one single shot will pick up that knock at the start, right? So it's like, despite the fact that here you have a ton of easiest, right? This should be a relatively simple 3v3 fight off spawn. It's not, because you have guys like Kraid's team who are third partying in from the distance. And like, this is why they were in fourth coming into this. They are still fourth now because they managed to make it to first moving. But look, they could have absolutely flown up the leaderboards.
Yeah, take a look at that leaderboard as well. 347 points, first place. I've never seen anything like this, man. For Strokey, CR, Aqua in second, trying their hardest, a valiant effort at that. Flois, Hellfire, and Scram, who were at one point in the picture, they had a really sort of disappointing game. They went down relatively early to the Deals trio, and so once again, almost losing a foot in this race. But look, it's a two-horse race, but at the same time, it's not a two-horse race because you just sort of have like, you know, an absolute stallion just being, you know, trailed by donkeys. Not in a bad way or anything, but yeah, I mean, like you got just a monstrous trio in first place that really can't be, you know, tested right now.
You know, I was sitting there and I was like, I'm sure I can do the maths here. Is that a 70-point gap? And there's some big numbers, so I mean, I had to double question myself and use the calculator on my computer, and I'm like, that's a 70-point swing between first and second with 3 points left. And basically, like, now I think if we see Cammy, Seti, Teak staying in this and doing well into the end game for one more game, like, I think it's almost mathematically not going to be possible unless there's 2 victory royales or 2 top teams, depending on, of course, from like how Aqua's team ends up doing in both of those games. So it's like this next game and then the one after that will absolutely be the defining ones for who's going to be crowned the champions.
And this is all off of what Levin actually talked about yesterday, that this trio is completely uncontested. No one is getting in their way at all. They're just letting them roam around, claim whatever spot on the map they want, set up in zone. Like, no one's doing anything to stop them. But if anyone can, I guess it might be Aqua and company. But for now, you heard the Battle Bus, which means we're going back in a game. 3 more, and then we crown champions. But we already might know who they are. Sundown, back over to you, friend.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. In 3 games left, we've set the stage. We've made the analogy to an epic high fantasy novel a number of times. And right now, Shio, where we're at is the dragon has just breathed fire on everybody, and the rest of the lobby was burnt to a crisp. Except Aqua, Ciara, and Fastroki raised their shields, covered themselves just enough, and they said, once more, and if they can hit those 3 shots, if they can win these 3 games and put up numbers, there is the smallest of chances they can slay the dragon and free EU from what has been an absurd run from Steady, Cammy, and Teak. But that's it. There's one other horse in this race. There is one other competitor standing who could potentially unthrone it. They passed the Chapter 2 Season 7 victors point total last match before they were even to get that top 2. As we hop on board another fight over here in Steamy, and Doretta gets to trade out onto Malabuka, but at the cost of his own presence in the match. Mustache going to be able to pick it up, and we'll have a 2v2.
Insane setup, and we're basically at a final game before the final game kind of even starts. Shizo, Mustache, Malabuka. It's always a trade back and forth here. You're right, Stompy actually going down to Crow, so there's even newer revelations happening on the other side of the map. Different matchups you haven't even seen happen before, still here on the back side of games. Now, when it comes to this fight, it'll go either which way. We'll let it simmer for a moment. Savage looks to be in a little bit of trouble. He's playing hopscotch kind of to land these shots. Shizo's low. They both basically have no mats. One player does have a shock, and the other has a harpoon. Savage. This fish was too big to fry. Unfortunate. Shizo had so much HP. He wins it out.
That was close. That was real close because he ends up getting the siphon going over. One more. I mean, the harpoon hits like a truck. You don't necessarily think about it, but unfortunately for Shizo, yeah, they're able to clean up the fight, but you see those purple triangles come in. That's not the same team. So Benjinko going down, but he's going to try and disengage, get on a right hand, and potentially just camp out on this chest. Now, if you hear the chest buzzing, you assume somebody's not in there. They're going to look for somebody else, but somebody's going to open this door eventually. You just don't not check a chest spawn, right? Unless you're super unfamiliar with a route, they should know there's something in here. So that's why he's sitting right on the right hand, just hoping he can kind of get a quick advantage with that lever into a swap. But he's going to down but not out somebody first, and with 200 HP targets, it's going to be really difficult. We're going to swing on over to our heroic challenges, the 1-2. Again, not only do they need to win, they need to win big, and then eventually Cammy, Steady, and Teak have to place outside the top 10. They have to.
Everything has to line up, but this squad of Aqua, Ciara, Fastroki still need to get that VR. The trickiest thing about that is sometimes, I mean, now it's the ultimate win condition, right? And sometimes they kind of overthrow for it. You see them go down in that 8th zone, really fighting for height and pushing things. At the same time, too, for Aqua specifically over here, he is no stranger to this exact circumstance. I vividly remember this all the way in Season X for Aqua when he went through and won it over. The first 3 games didn't look too hot. There was no chance for them to really come back. They switched up the strategy entirely in terms of off spawn to be able to make the later games. Had a very consistent running in those 3, and then ended up taking things the whole way home in that season. So, I mean, when it comes to the back 3 games of the day, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12 for the 2-day format, it is Aqua's strong suit. The thing is, though, it's not a issue off spawn. It's not an issue with the team they're dealing with on height. They're basically boxing against their own shadow, against the ghost, someone they can't hit. And they need to win and knock him out.
And having to press for that late round knockout is so hard. You're exhausted the entire time. You've already been battling. You're behind, right? Like, that's what you don't think of when you go into one of those fighting situations, whether it's MMA, boxing, any of those, when you're down in points, right? You've been losing the entire time. You have been getting beaten literally physically, mentally, probably emotionally, but you're just like, okay, if I could put all of that behind me and just be better for the moment it matters, but not only be better, but be better enough to put it all away. That takes heart, it takes the right set of circumstances, and it takes just constantly pressing forward with it. Because yes, you have to be lucky, but you also have to be good enough to seize the opportunity that luck presents. And that's true with everything in life, whether it's Fortnite, your career, whether you're playing in a sports game, it does not matter. If the opportunity presents itself and you're not prepared to be able to seize it, then it doesn't matter that you got the opportunity.
And the chance that opportunity is coming early, so much earlier for Aquaside and for a lot of these teams to really start climbing up. Everyone is at an accelerated pace here today. In last season, it was neck and neck to the last game, up to 296 points. Every team right now had about 30 or 40 less points overall by the halfway point of day 2. Everyone's playing so well, so things are starting to accelerate for a lot of different teams. If you want to hit that top, so things are starting to accelerate for a lot of different teams. If you want to hit that top, everyone's playing so well, so things are starting to accelerate for a lot of different teams. If you want to hit that top 10 threshold at the end, you really have to act. Bitten off more than they can chew a couple of times. They're trying their best to keep things situated. It's working so far. They're in third, but to really keep that spot and boost up, they have to stay consistent.
Yeah, but again, we need to set the stage where the fact that because Seti, Cammy, and Teak are 70 points up on Aqua and Co. Aqua and Co are 70 points up on everyone else. Like, in any other circumstance, any other leaderboard, we'd be talking about how Aqua and them could have been winning the FNCS right now, if the fact that Seti Industry weren't playing so absurdly well. So yes, we have the 2-horse race at the top, and that may or may not basically get decided this game if they're first and second going through, right? Like, we could have that resolution happen now. But then what happens in the denouement? Let's go back. We're the epic high fantasy novel. Let's say that the dragon ends up finally stomping out the hero, right? And he lords over his rest of his keep. Well, because the dragon and the 3 main heroes have been taken out, there's now this big power vacuum in the form of all of the points that they sucked up in the first 10 matches are now gone. Like, nobody is able to get those. And if you look at the rest of the leaderboard from basically third to say like 15th, 16th or so, that's really up in the air. So you have that 70-point drop from first to second. You have a 70-point drop from second to third. And then there's a 70-point drop from like third to 15th or 16th. So any of those teams can really make a play. As we get the quick stat on the left-hand side, Floki has more eliminations going through. So the individual performance by himself, I mean, brilliant for the French player, really showing up on the day and keeping his team in it, pushing into that double-digit elimination mark with 10.
I mean, the reason he's probably matching up against so many people in the top 10 is because that's switching over. You're talking about how close it is, right? Every game there's probably new trios who they're fighting, but are also just there for that one game inside the top 10. It's definitely very close towards not even the bottom of the board, but just the top half. And all the way till game 12, that's a huge shift in prize money as well. From like 4th down to 9th, it's almost $100,000 of a difference for these teams. Like, that is huge. It's going to be neck and neck the whole time. I already see a bunch of top games and 2 Stormy Red Kiriachi. Way down to the last moment for a lot of these teams, and 2 Stormy Red Kiriachi. down to the last moment for a lot of these teams, and 2 Stormy Red Kiriachi, they're one of them. They used to be all the way towards the very top, no questions asked about.
Also going to be able to get his own med kit off as they do just continue this rotation, trying to get out of what was a decently dragged out fight over in the corner of Steamy Stacks. But the reality of the situation is, as you talked about last game, where these teams have been splitting in terms of their points. They're going to hit the Shadow Keep for that bounce pad added rotation and take to the sky, Shio, like the Wraiths.
Seeing some big surprises there when it comes to those Shadow Flopper strats. I think it was Janus' team that might have even got a 25 Elam win if that strat fully worked. It's huge. On this map, to understand, this team is majority in the lead. I really want to tune in with Aqua's position for this zone. They really have some very cool high ground bases and control out of the lobby, and through their lens, we can also see some of the other teams. One that's kind of gone under the radar that's been really active today, for me at least, in the way they've been playing, Rifla, Kinzel, and Jerky. They've kind of done this type of steady Cami thing on low ground, but at the same time, been really active when that end game starts and getting eliminations. And that half and half, Rifla's picked up so many, I think, Elams in that first game that started on the day. It got them a 4th overall. It's been tough for them to translate those Sundown, those 5th zone Elams into a win overall. They don't really get that many more eliminations once those zones start to move.
Yeah, the Become Legends player, Rifle, has really been seeing his name up in the feed in the left-hand corner. Of course, having representation across a number of players here. SETI also playing for the same org. You can see we do get the Storm Surge warning on the right-hand side, but they've never had to worry about it. It's built into the gameplay, and it was kind of the defining factor in why they started this split in the first place.
Yeah, they're a little bit more passive in play overall, like they usually do, looking for a few shots. Another team to mention, too, if we can check in with them, Sean VP Xenolith Remix. I think one of the most drastic differences in gameplay styles from game 1, or from day 1 to day 2, excuse me. On day 1, they were looking to just trying to interrupt teams, trying to go for these fast third-party fights, especially over at Believer Beach. Once that conflict stopped, they kind of had to switch up their game plan. They're looking to be alive as a trio more, focusing on the end game a lot, kind of playing like Aqua 2 towards the mid with these big bases. They're not getting into trouble as, you know, per usual.
And Aqua has now won 2 FNCS finals in every single one he played. Don't forget, he did take a little bit of a break there when he had the wrist injury for a while, but that's absurdly impressive. Again, largely it has been the 12-game format, but still winning 1/6 of the games you play in the finals every single time you show up, knowing that outside of eliminations, like assuming no eliminations come with it, you're still guaranteeing your team 60 points in every finals. That's an impressive chunk.
Scram Hellfire have not had that guarantee, but they have been very scrappy and aggressive with a lot of teams. That's what their storyline has maybe succumbed to sometimes as well, because that scrappiness sometimes elevates too far to take one extra fight they maybe don't need to. But they are some of the reasons a lot of these teams on the lobby are getting lobby focused. They're one of the ones to start that pressure first. The Voxy as well, next to Verox, both in the same situations from the same side of the map, are going to go head to head, and Astro's actually going to take him out. That is huge. You can really be the king in the East when it comes to entering this end game. Only one trio will be able to survive this fight.
Yeah, and it looks like Astro, Verox, and Michael, they're going to be fine with that. They'll pick up as many of the resources as possible. They're well above Storm Surge. They're also in one of the natural high ground positions. So if they want to invest some of the extra mass they get from that elimination to just build out their base a little bit, they can make themselves kind of on that bear defense, you know, where you make yourself look absolutely monstrous. And you're like, wow, there's got to be like 6 or 7 trios over there. In reality, it's like 2 trios boxed up underneath and 1 trio who just happen to wipe another 2 who are under the bottom. We do see Floki, Clement, and Deceptos. We talked about how Floki has had a lot of eliminations against that top 10 today. That's just because they've been making it into those end game scenarios, and we've had the consistent trios, as well as the little swap that's been happening on the bottom part of the table. You can basically cement the fact that Steady, Cami, and Teak, as well as Aqua, CR, and Frostroki are going to be one of those 2. And while he's had decent trades going out against them, he's really cleaned up against the rest of that kind of 2 through 10 spot. As we do have 5 points going over to the rest of the lobby with Shizo finally going down. Elocrast is going to be the one to pick that up. So that's another 5 points that Cami, Steady, and Teak get. And Shio, so now everybody is watching. We have 3 games left, right? This is a 12-game series. We played 6 yesterday. Steady, Cami, and Teak, if they make it into this end game, and Aqua and CRR don't win the game handily, that's it. It's over. All they have to do is make it there. Anywhere near kind of the top 5, top 10-ish. If Aqua, CRR, and Fastroki go down without winning the game, that's it. It's over. Because they'll be opening up into a 80 plus a gap going into the last game. So we could have that final moment coming up here in a little bit. These little moments, the little pressures that end up happening could crown an FNCS champion here.
Well, look at the pattern for Steady KMT on the day. I give us a little bit of an insight to where they placed in this game. Started it off rough. I think they fell off Sundown. 8th place, 5 elims. What is this? What a terrible game, right?
But we saw that game, right? That was their worst game since the 7th and the 1st, and they were very lucky to have gotten that. That could have also been a 13th, 14th place performance. Seti went down just on the opposite side of 2 other solos getting picked up, but he's done that a number of times, and if you're going to win an FNCS, those things have to happen, and just things like that too. That's going to be potentially another 2 points being picked up as Trippin decides, you know what, no, I'm going to keep my whip here in that 3rd zone with a bunch of teams already posted up. Because again, they're on the southern part of the zone, but because they rotated early and because of the change in geography, instead they took one of these natural high grounds. So yes, they're only 1 layer off of the floor, but they have great lines of sight again.
I just witnessed Cammy aiding and abetting kidnapping right there. That was actually insane how fast Harpoon came out. Goodbye, Tripper. Barely got to see you. I don't think any security cams got that footage either. Will not be able to do anything about it. This team's going to be so far away to try to help. And then past that game as well, right? The 8th one where said he had a few issues. I mean, it's just been so bad. A second with 5 elims and then another second with 11. And there's no chance to get another second, right? It's just been terrible. They can't even win a game. Who is this team?
But one thing to note, so Aqua, CR, and Fastroki have won 2 out of the 3 games today. But look at the point totals you see on the right-hand side of your screen. 117 for Cammy FN, 117 for Aqua. They literally have scored the exact same number of points today. So while the rest of the lobby has fallen behind, they have kept that distance between them the same and putting the pressure. And now Fastroki's gone. Fastroki gets picked up on the rotation. If they go down, that's it. Anas potentially playing spoiler and calling it. I was going to say, this rotation is going to be really tough for the teams who go east. And we talked about going early or going too late, and they went too early. Nobody had moved yet. So everybody, both on the outside and the inside of the zone, turns, picks them up. No reboot ban in play. Shio, the EU FNCS could get decided right here, right now.
This is also just so good for Steady KMT in particular to survive. This is a trio that has a lot of respect on the region. When everyone knows that they're alive, they don't play height in certain ways. There were no other elims happening at that specific moment. Everyone saw Fastroki go down, so that might entice a lot of people to leave the low ground, maybe push for height. Gotta remember, it's not just the top 2 we're watching fight, it's everyone, and a lot of people want to just get on top, and right now Aqua are only 40 above Storm Surge overall. So to not have a teammate, to be able to put under this pressurized situation of winning a game against a trio that's doing the impossible right now in terms of points, and to be able to have to deal with damage as well, this is too big of an ask for Aqua and CRR alone.
They would literally not only be defying the odds in terms of the math. We talked about a statistic over on NA West. We brought it over a little bit yesterday. No trio has won a game where they have lost a member before the 5th zone closes. We are in the 4th zone reveal. It has never happened. However, there's always an exception to the rule. And I mean, Steady KMT have been the exception to the rule before, but they're below Storm Surge. This could be it. 5-second Storm Surge turns on Aqua. He does this all the time. He'll put himself all the way up at the top and just challenge people to shoot him, saying my aim is good enough. I'll trade my shields for your blows. Max distant pull to the opposite side. 4 more players will need to go down, but an FNCS champion could be crowned right now on the back of the purple laser from the sky. 25 every 5 seconds, only a big pot. Chug Splash is coming out as well. 3 more players will need to fall as Scram ends up picking up an Elam. We're nearly into the cascading placement points, so the Delta is also going to close, but 113 below. The time is against them. This could be it, Shio.
Number falls lower and lower. One team goes down. They get cut in half. Still 74 below. Aqua is dipping into the 50 pots every 5 seconds. Their bones hurt more. The mental might get a little bit more distraught. CRR is desperate for a tag anywhere on the bottom side. They have no teams to watch. They're not inside the zone. They're not playing the spot they're usually at. They have a teammate down, running a race with a broken leg right now. Everyone's patting the air. This is where Aqua can really do some damage, but he's on a clock as well. They have to rotate themselves. They're finding nothing right now. 38 below 2. CRR, he's under a few crucial shots. Aqua is looking for maybe a recycled pad. He's jumping into the zone while taking Storm Surge. They're only 2 below in the air. 29, 25 HP. He gets ticked down by Surge. The captain has gone down. The Knight in Shining Armor. The sword snapped in half. There is no chance. It has to be Seti, Cammy Antique taking that lead.
But CRR is still up. He's wounded. He's on the ground. He's saying, I'm not done yet. You don't have any legs. You can't stand up. There's no shields. There's no builds. There's no rotation. Actually, I lied. He has plenty of builds. But there's no shields. There's no HP. There's very little chance the FNCS could be decided right here, right now. CRR has to win this game. We talk about doing the impossible. Well, can he do it? Surely not, Shio. Surely Seti, Cammy, Antique walk away. We're into the top 17. It's another +1 point going down. CRR has to find a refresh. He has to find shields, and he does get a little bit of respite towards the zone. So a chance to kind of take in the moment, a chance to say, all right, guys, do you believe? Do you believe in magic? Is there somebody in the backlines? Is there a little bit of a spell he can cast? If there was ever a day for it to end up pulling out some hocus pocus, you need a victory royale? Can you pull it out of the hat? But it looks like it's the wrong season. The leaves will change, the snow will come down, but CRR trying to extend the run, do anything he can. Storm Surge ticks on below. You talk about the insurmountable odds climbing even more. Storm at his back, Storm Surge warning, looming on the right-hand side. We have the leaders in the top right. They'll know as soon as he goes down that the winner is over. CRR, recycle pass towards the outside. Keep an eye on the bottom right, Chow, because as long as he's up, there's a chance.
All in a hand where he has no cards. CRR, no shields, 1 launch pad, out of 500 builds. 25 seconds to find 200 damage. He's got to face down a trio, stare into their soul, and survive with no shields. 1 pump shot might be able to equalize, but have to follow up with a few taps of that AR as well. He's rotating perfectly, but not finding any damage. 9 seconds left. Down low on low ground. 8 seconds left. 6. Down to 4. 3. 2 seconds. CRR finds someone. Break into a box. Do something. 35 HP. Is going to start to tick through. 354 damage below. It is done. The second place team is out. The chances for any type of close race ended. The Dragons of EU, the mythical beasts, Cammy, Seti, and Teague definitely have the competition, the finals on lock.
They let out a roar, and they want to do it by continuing, not placing outside, let alone the top 10. It hasn't been outside the top 8. As I say that, Seti ends up eating a big shot, but they're just protecting their horde at this point. They'll walk away with all of the spoils, the Axe of Champions, the 100 grand per player, and everything else that comes with it. The notoriety, the Twitter post that said first day 1, first day 2, first the entire time. Congratulations to Seti, Cammy, and Teak. But Shio, like we talked about before, first is basically locked up. Second is basically locked up. What happens in the denouement? Who else will be able to slide in the falling action? Who will then sit as the squire in the New World Order that they put forward? And again, what individual efforts do they have left to continue the absurd streak they're on?
Lots of fuel in the tank for many different teams. Milan's actually going all the way for height, actually fighting Thomas HD, and they actually went the whole trio. Not sure if Mitro's alive, but they have such a nice pedestal all the way up top. Meanwhile, Cammy and Teak as a duo will try to take a victory lap and see what they can do on the low ground. Astro still popping up against Aiku, and Noah Riley is going down in the feed. The mid ground is actually so volatile, basically erupting like a volcano with the amount of eliminations that are going on in that entire zone. Ari only taking out Noah Riley, so he's not done just staying up top. He's not content of having high ground. He wants to end this game himself as well. Meanwhile, no one is touching Cammy and Teak. They're mid-ground against many different teams, but there are no edits that are actually offensive against them. They can take their time and do whatever they want. Hottie's actually going down to the zone. Foki is down too. Mitro is alive with Milan and Ari only up top. Cammy finds a full refresh. They're still up. It's Rifle they take out.
That's the third elimination pushing through. Does get a decent amount of the mass, but doesn't find all of them. Trying to push through out of the metal. Going to get taken down. It's all going to be on Teak. But hey, they pushed through. Another top 8 performance. I believe they went down in 7th. You can see Mitro raining down the shots. Aaron Lee goes down the backside of the zone. Scram trying to push forward. This is one of the teams who could be looking to battle for that third place shot. And a huge shot from Scram as he's going to be able to reset. Try and find a right hand on the zone. He picks up the solo on the backside. 2v1. V1, they're the only duo who's trying to go up and find who's up on the high ground. They're dropping down. It's Milan and Micho. No, it's just a straight 2v2. You got Micho and Milan versus Scram and Flonata to try and take home the match number 10 here. We know who the winner is. We know who second is, but this has huge implications for who could be third. Able to pick up one on Micho, and Milan is going to try and clutch it up. Scram, very low HP, but it doesn't matter because Flonata puts in all the work, and with a 9 elimination victory royale, they're tossed their name in the bucket for the 3rd place. But the story of match number 10 is the crowning moment. Cammy, Seti, and Teak, congratulations. They will be the EU FNCS Chapter 2 Season 8 winners. Aqua, Fastroki, and CRR, a valiant effort. Maybe enough points any other season to win it, but they've effectively locked up the 2nd place spot. With 2 games to go, Shayo, though, 3rd and everything else is up in the air.
Yeah, if you notice in that last game, all the top 10, 15 teams still alive, really shaking things up as to how the back half of day 2 really performs. Zeke, Levin, and Reese, they've got the insights. They know exactly what happened last game. Let's tune in with them and see what they think of our champions.
I mean, I never would have imagined that this would have all gone this way. Congratulations to this trio with 2 games left. I mean, mathematically speaking, it would take the greatest miracle of this lifetime to pull out a win against them. And I don't know that that's possible. So for the last 2 games, Seti, Cammy, and Teak, it's just going to be a victory lap for them, right, Levin?
Yeah, at this point, it really does feel that way. I talked about it being inevitable. It was only a matter of time when the only other team that really had a chance to maybe even eclipse them, was the team that they were battling with. It's like, it was written in the stars. These guys truly have been phenomenal over the past 2 days. A performance like no other. Just hats. If I had a hat, I'd take it off and say hats off.
Bananas off to you. See if I can take this thing off. It's a bit bigger there. It's kind of under a lot. Maybe take my bow tie off or something instead. But no, honestly, massive congrats. Obviously, Seti, Cammy, Teak. Let's be real though. I mean, we still want to close last 2 games. Remember, we want to see something absolutely crazy coming out of the 2nd place teams. But let's be real. Flois, Hellfire, and Scram, after that last game, picking up the victory royale, they're definitely flying up the leaderboards. Fastroki, Sierra, Aqua, I'm not entirely sure how many points they actually managed to accumulate that game at all, but it can't have been much, which definitely means they're going to close that gap there. So, fighting for 2nd place is definitely still in line here.
Yeah, I believe Fastroki's team only got 8 points from that game, right? Which isn't going a long way. So, yeah.
It adds up. But yeah.
It adds up, right? It will help them continue to solidify 2nd. But in terms of, the other teams, of course, Floris' trios really impressed me. The past 2 days, very much quiet because all we're talking about is Cammy, Seti, because of how great they are. But that trio has been really, really impressive as well. So props to them. If they can push up, maybe even challenge for 2nd place as well, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, that's at this point, we're just playing for 2nd, right? We already know who has won. They are so far out ahead while everyone else has tried to catch up. And again, it's just, they're uncontested. Everyone has just allowed this trio to do whatever they want in these games, right? Making it to these end games consistently. Doesn't matter where they are. They just say, this is now our game. They've not placed outside of a top 10 yet. I mean, wow, just a performance.
Yeah, everybody play your favorite sad music, right? Aqua, Fastroki, Sierra, we will remember you for being, valiant triers, right? Really doing everything you can to stop the immovable force, or movable object, I should say, that is Cammy, Seti, and Teak in 1st place. Look, I really have been impressed by these guys, Reese, because, we knew that Queasy having issues, off spawn was going to mean there's going to be an available spot on high ground most games. And we know who is going to look to occupy that. And they've done that without fail.
Here's the question, though. Everyone's saying that Cammy, Seti, Teak have won, but there's a strategy that no one's thinking of yet. Fastroki, CRR, Aqua, switch up your drop spots. Land on Cammy, Seti, Teak.
No. 87 points? Is that real?
Hear me out, right? This isn't a grief, blah, 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 if anyone says that. This is a legitimate strategy to win the tournament. This is exactly what happened 2 seasons ago with Mongrel's team moving over to Andalex's team to try and ensure that they could keep that gap, keep the 1st place between them. But remember, if they manage to win that off spawn, that takes them out of it. And that allows then Fastroki, CR, and Aqua, if they manage to have 2 fantastic games doing that in a row, they can win. So it's a decision now. Does Aqua, CR, Fastroki play for the win, or do they play for 2nd?
You know what? That you do make a fair point there. I think that would be very courageous. I think if we were in a scenario where maybe 2nd place was more locked up, maybe you make that risk, right? Because
100%.
that is a massive risk. Because if you go and contest them and you lose, now second place is getting taken by Flowis's trio. Maybe you even get bumped down all the way to fourth if you're not careful. So I think the safer option would be to play for second. It's still an insane amount of money. But if they were to do that, look, life-changing money even at second place, I don't think we'll see them try that. But you're right. I think that's a fair point. That would be the only way now to stop Seti, Cammy, and T.
I think play for second, man. Reese is right. This is a life-changing amount of money. For everyone else, you know they have to just do everything they can to get those final placement points, because there's a lot of prize money on the line. I want to see these trio take it the limits, though, because in OCE Chapter 2 Season 6, the last time we saw something like this was 418 points. And they're well on track, man. Muzz, Speedy, and Looter over in OCE, they set that record. We could very well see that broken today. Sundown, Shia Wager. We got 2 more games. Back over to you, friends.
2 more games we go. We feel like we know who the winner is. We talked about where there's a little bit of a scenario if they get landed on right away, but I did misspeak. We're saying second was a little bit more wrapped up. We saw there on the leaderboard, hey, third and fourth, they're saying, nope, we're not done yet. We want to fill a little bit of that power vacuum, make things interesting. So we'll tune on in, and it looks like Reese, they decide to stay towards a little bit more the cautious side over at Boney Burbs. Not going to hop on top of them, Shia.
Not at all. Things will be slightly different overall, but at the side of Misty Meadows, it's going to be completely real. The Siptos Floki actually changing the exact side they land on. Usually it is the left, but they go towards the right, actually taking over a lot of the supermarket houses. That's going to be nice, but at the same time, Forza and Electric Squeeze separate them from any extra loot, and the back option of, you know, disengaging, going towards Misty. I see another trio actually landing over at the crash site, so it looks like the Siptos Clement and Floki are absolutely trapped here, and this is huge for them overall. 4th place. They can't really mess up in a game, and in an instance where every other team is about 5 points away from them.
Yes, is that finding, falling action that Dynamo, we talked about it, trying to push through, trying to find where you'll end up. And again, the change in prize money between second and third, between third and fourth and fifth, it ends up being a huge difference, and it comes down to just a couple of eliminations here and there. Again, we're not talking about the first place with a massive 90-point swing or 80-plus point lead going on right now. We're talking 4, 5, 10 points, which is just a couple of elims, a couple better placements. A victory royale is 30, so like, come on.
Just push a bit.
Yeah, just win the game. Just win the game, right? Yeah. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Just, you know, drop in, outlast your opponent, and shoot your gun better. It's not that hard.
Easy breakdowns. I mean, it could be difficult for Malabuka. Hard to play a game if your computer gets waterlogged, right?
I mean, he's doing his best Sundown impression right now. I've done it a number of times. You know, you just hang out on the side. Everybody has decided, they realize, they're like, wait, he really likes fishing routes. If I see him thank the bus driver in the game, just go over the southeastern side. I'll be hanging out fishing over there. I'm a free elimination. I promise. I'm not even kidding. I'm like, somebody shoots at me, I'm like, oh no, time to just run away. But Malabuka, knowing that with only 2 games left, trying to get as many points as possible, doesn't want to move to check the inventory, and knowing that he can loop back around. You might think he's like, well, shouldn't he be trying to go somewhere else? Well, if you create any more distance and create any additional noise, there's a potential somebody around there could be looking for you. Now, I'm not a huge fan of standing by your own previous builds because people generally look by it, but because it was a ramp there, they might think it kind of like jumped up and ended up rotating away. But he wants to go back and pick up the reboot cards, right? That's the long play. That's the end goal.
So reverse psychology staying on that ramp, right? And then it's reverse if you keep diving deeper into the hole. Would he be under the ramp if he was there? But that's what he wants me to think. But at the same time, is he making me think what I want me to think? It's tough. And so that confusion, Ajin Savage should not be able to find him. Don't even want to get into all that math. Lazy Lake-wise, close scram Hellfire. They're looking really good. 3rd place overall right now, about 9 points behind second. And they're really just getting better every game. That win they just had is just going to elevate them completely in terms of morale. Thing is, though, they have bad games and good games. It's never just fully consistent. So you want to make sure they're staying on that good side overall. Like Sweet Sports are Alex. This fight finally going towards its end. No eliminations just yet. They haven't really landed a knock in this fight either. And it's getting kind of desperate now. No balls on the side of X Squeeze. When you have to start eating corn and mushrooms, you really know you're down bad inside a fight.
Yeah, it's tough when you're like, oh yeah, the extra 5 shield, that's going to help me out a lot. Really need that efficiency, because in a lot of circumstances, that's not actually going to end up pushing you over a threshold that matters. A lot of the guns you end up facing off, and the Spanish trio had such a great day one. It's now basically done like a tour of El Island Day Fortnite, and they've just been like going around trying to find a drop spot they can land, because they just can't get at home. Every single one of these fights, they looked really good yesterday, but now they've been pushed out, and without having a solidified drop spot, yes, their fighting has been great, but they're not converting it into anything. And Jose is really being pushed back under here, and I don't think there's any way he's going to be able to take up this fight. Like Neb, Stompy, and Pink should be able to close this out, as Malabuka does end up getting cleaned up. Mr. Savage going to eventually find that one, so the reverse psychology coming into effect.
They have their undergrads. They understand the entire process of the mind.
I have my undergrad, and I don't understand any of that. I took psych and brain and behavior. Let me know. I was like, yep, brain chemicals make brain do brain things. As we see, Jose unfortunately does not get to do brain things anymore. Instead, he just gets to twiddle his thumbs back in the lobby. Pink and Neb's gonna pick that one up.
The tour guide for that Spanish trio too, I think, has been Badil Noah Riley, right? Just rolling in overall. The issue for Crow was the fact that, or the thing that was going good for them was the fact that they got to just dive into Believer Beach whenever they want as a third party. Issue for Badil overall was they were losing the fight in Believer Beach. Let's analyze why also we're getting a third party. Wait, there's a trio here that might be bad at fighting if we get aggressive. Let's push them. And now, yeah, they have that free bus ride. They stop every 5 seconds to check out maybe Corny Complex, maybe another POI. Unfortunate overall for XP Sports there and Analex as well. I mean, the economy in Misty Meadows used to be so good, right? Everything was thriving, the supermarket hustling, bustling, the people were happy. Suddenly, you know, different teams want to come in and enact different policies overall. They want to treat the POI differently. Maybe someone doesn't really like the way the supermarkets were rolling out. Maybe they like the residential side a little bit more. As a result, lots of conflict, lots of tension, lots of beef. Now no one's really happy at Misty Meadows at all. All the 3 teams living here are very sad boys and always fighting 24/7.
Yeah, when life gives you a bunch of beef, just make some tacos, man. That's what it's about. 11-2K knows what's up. He's all about that taco time going on. But you can see with this zone dropping really towards the north and a little bit up towards the west, I'd anticipate that Cammy, Steady, and Teak are that kind of set of pale orangish triangles. I apologize, I am slightly colorblind. On the far eastern side, who's just been roaming back and forth, either that or the pink ones. But we're going to hop on board with one of the teams who they're just going to be happy their name is in the conversation for that top 2 right now, because going into the day, you wouldn't have necessarily think that would have been the case, but they've put up 128 points so far.
Very consistent. One of the only teams that is dipping into those top 12s and top 16s semi-regularly on this day. The day one, they had 2 games as well where they were kind of out of points completely. Just one game that was 24th, another one that was 27th. That is fully coming to Sucos we're talking about. For Michael Astro Verox, I actually expected a lot better in, overall performance. Because,
what?
Seriously, having Dirty Docks really uncontested, buffed by the fact that there's an entire crash site there now, having control of the entire east side. I understand maybe
Bro, they're tied
you're
for
getting bullied off
right
the
now.
beam. I want it to be high. I wanted them to be one of the teams that were contesting in second place to take. Seen teams like Thomas and Austin Flick in the past dominate off that spot when the POI is absolutely free, and have like a clear line inside the top 3.
but that's
for them to be this close.
But that's without
zones.
But that's without, like, so you're not considering the fact that Steady, Cammy, and Teak are playing so absurdly well. They're doing all of that with the fact that their entire interior route is just being eaten up by them every single time. When you have the team who has 372 points coming into this match, right, eating up all of the loot on the inside, eating up all of those tags, raining shots down as you're trying to land, and you still end up like looking at their average placement. I believe they're like 5th or 6th on average placement. They're solid in terms of elims. They're on the top 10. Their name is in the hat for at least top 3 and easily in the top 5 conversation with 2 games left. That's great for me. And it's not like they've been a trio who's been playing together all the time. Like, yeah, Michael and Barracks have been there and Astro's been kind of mixing in, but like, this is a good performance for them so far.
I just want them to be better.
This is we're talking Europe, best of the best, pressing top 5 the entire time in both like top 5 or 6 in elims and average placements. You want more than that, man? Chayo, you are a greedy man. You are tough to please.
I just don't think at this point, with that type of POI, there should be surge issues happening in any game whatsoever.
How? You're on the far east side of the map and everything's pulling central. Of course there's going to be surge issues.
You have cars, it's easy rotates. Cammy said he'd have no problems.
Yeah, they're like
They're like
20k units interior to it, and they're taking shots on you the whole time.
That's true.
And to be fair, they also don't have to deal with the just absolute clown fiesta that's going on over at Steamy Stacks that tends to rotate or pour in, right? So yeah, you could rotate up north into that in most circumstances, but I don't think anybody with a reasonable head on their shoulders, and based on the fact that they're in 5th/6th right now, they have a pretty good head on their shoulders. They're not going to look at that fight up at Steamy Stacks and be like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to voluntarily go head towards that to take shots. That sounds like a great idea. No, it doesn't.
All right, I'll back down. It's true then. They're doing fine.
All right,
I'm just a little bit of a...
Actually, give them their props. You're like, oh, I want them. Like, yeah, you can say I want them to win and I want them to do better. But they're playing great. They're playing some solid Fortnite right now.
It's just my bias for Dirty from previous seasons, but even still, regardless of all of that, it is a phenomenal performance.
I mean, Boston born and bred, you know I love that dirty water, but the reality of the situation right now is that the center of the map has been what has dictated so much in EU. Your ability to get positioning around here, and most particularly it's the positioning, not even in the 4th zone, but where you're at in the 3rd zone, and just not ending up in a situation where you have to go so far. If you're stuck on the outside of the zone in the 3rd, it's so incredibly difficult in the lobbies and the matches we've seen to get a not just a priority position, but any form of position where your fate isn't in someone else's hands, right? That's why you're seeing so many of these teams move central in, but you can only afford to do that if you've already figured out your storm surge plan. Otherwise, you end up being one of those bait teams for Cammy, Steady, and Teak, where they post up next to you and they're like, hey, do you need shots on someone? And then if they hear a bunch of rifle fire going out, they just get ready to fight defensively. It's a brilliant strategy. It's super simple. And I'm glad we're able to see it and explain it. But it's just like, man, you feel like somebody should have interrupted it.
I'm also trying to like imagine it from the perspective of like a team that's down bad on surge doing that desperate rotate. Like they finally see one team coming towards them. Guys, there's a chance. It's just 3 boxes of metal. Wait a minute. This is a familiar sight. It can't be, can it? They try to rattle on the walls. No one moves. It's all passive. Oh God, we're that trio. We're the trio that's down bad. Oh no, this is bad. Said he can be Teak and they can't do anything.
It's just you open up the door expecting a surprise party and you just walk into a horror movie fitting for Halloween right there. It's just like, I'm gonna go. The door is already shut behind you. The lock clicks in place. All of a sudden there's no door handle. And just on the other side, it was that dragon we've talked about too. Again, locked up first place. Axe of Champions freshly gleaming right behind him. They say, welcome to our lair. And that's a fresh 6 points. I mean, again, and they don't do it every game, right? They don't end up picking those eliminations, but every time they've had mid-game eliminations, that's how they've happened. We've talked about how the top teams, they find a way to either manufacture points, manufacture end games, manufacture situations where you can get into these 3v3s at the end and know that, like, hey, as long as we're together at the end, we'll flip a coin. We'll take the chance to get the victory royale, as Andalex is going to take a chance trying his teammates back into play here, right towards the edge of the zone with those a little bit of buff reboots.
Wondering what exactly they can find, because this mini dish station is not going to have much at all for him. As that too, that storm surge strat also kind of works both ways with a late base up, because even if you don't engage in the team that's right next to you, any team that's editing open, trying to focus them, you can also kind of get tags and beams on. So you have so many options in both ways. I think Analex, 4ZR here are kind of out of options, out of time a little bit. They're going to have to jump into another team's box. 14 damage above. With 4 different players that need to go down, it's not going to be the craziest issue of getting dealt damage in this Storm Surge circle, but we're definitely down on damage overall. We'll have to get desperate for a fight. Lots of ammunition in Analex's inventory, so maybe he can land some good beams. 33 is a good start, but needs to get, or just do that, I guess, I don't know, 8 more times, and they should be fine.
I mean, for this zone, because it's only one other trio, it could be moderately quick. If that trio is kind of lower on HP and they're full going through, you could end up with a fast changeover. You just don't want to dance back and forth on the line. But in particular, again, you can see what will be our past champions passing over the throne to our current champions who are boxed up just above them on the opposite side. We will have a convergence zone. And I think one thing to talk about, we've talked about the Cammy split, Cammy, Steady, and Teak so much, but getting, just because we will have a little bit of time here, with only one Storm Surge trio having to go down. To dive in the analytical part behind it, what ends up making it so successful? Why are they able to game plan? We've alluded to a little bit how they get this free pass through. They land up in an area of the map where they know not only is there chest spawns, but there's floor loot spawns. And they'll land directly on top of it, knowing that the teams flying in for dirty for ideal drops will still be on a line of sight for them. So that's their first opportunity to get shots. If they don't end up getting shots there, they'll call out whether or not they have them, and then they end up grouping up, looting as fast as they can to get the materials they know they won't be able to farm on their interior path. And then they just hop in the car and they head towards the teams in the interior of the map. Because of how the interior of the map has been in Chapter 2, teams generally will loot outside in towards the POI to establish their place, and they're not afraid of taking shots, knowing that if they're going outside in, they'll be able to top back up on their shields. But what that means is they've now looted and thrown shots, all while moving towards, most times, the center part of the zone, and then they don't have to worry about those two situations. Then it goes in the next thing we were just talking about, Shia, where they base up in metal in roughly a 2x4 kind of space, and then they just wait, and they react to the teams that then are pressured by Storm Surge. And because they've been together for so long, their reactions are so much better and so much more well executed than all the other trios. When you put it all together, it looks like this.
The big thing and the large factor as well that no other team really has, that this first place team I'm talking about, City Teak do, is to get the section out the times they deal with players, the times they get to just play for themselves by themselves. So the entire interior path, them farming off spawn, they never have to deal with anyone. All their search strats is just their positioning where they want to go. You look at other POIs, Coral Castle, you're really dealing with where other teams are going in terms of crash sites for your surge. You look at even Believer Beach, you're always dealing with some type of condensation off spawn, or will a team rotate into us? City Teak are so fast and their drop spots positioned in a certain way where that doesn't matter. And so the first part of the game, they don't deal with people, and then the rest of the game is just focused on other people because they have everything else set and ready. Talked about that surge strat, just, you know, landing smack dab in the southwest side of the zone and just chilling out there on the southeast side and focusing on the team. It's all just based off of other players. Meanwhile, everyone else, they have to adapt to their situations. They're always dealing with players and with their own team at all times. They have to farm up, get their damage done around other people's game plans as well. Scram, Flawless, Hellfire have kind of felt privy to this issue of dealing with, you know, their own situation and other teams around them. Sometimes they go for surge and they might overpeak a little bit. A team gets a drop on him, one person gets knocked, they have full issues. Other times they're looking good and want to rotate for their position overall, but there's other players already on it. They get to a disadvantageous position. It's a little bit more low groundy, and in those spots they don't survive. Right now they're actually above another team, that's Astros, on the right side there, you see at the bottom. And this is a position they look really good in for Aquafast Rookie CR as well, a position they're very used to, just making sure they're somewhat central, have a slightly elevated base. It looks really good.
And don't forget, after the last match, Aqua and Coke did go down relatively early. We were watching that, and we almost called it mathematically. Now we're getting into the actual mathematical impossibility. But because they went down so early, and Scram and Co. picked up a huge victory royale, they only had a 9-point lead in terms of second place coming into this match. So I was a little bit more confident about it, but that leaderboard shakeup makes kind of that second through fourth battle something to really keep an eye on here in match number 11 and 12. Again, the story behind Seti, Cammy, and T is what records will they end up breaking at this point. It's all but done and dusted with them coming into the match at over a 97% chance to win. The second through fourth trios have fractions of percents to their name, but let's be honest, we about know how this one is going to end, especially after the first 5 placement points have gone through and we've seen the state of the lobby. So we'll touch on that. We'll congratulate them one more time as we go through, but we're keeping a much closer eye on that second place battle. And Hellfire, Scram, Flonata, they're right on top of that right now, but Michael and Astros want to play a little bit of spoiler in there. We're going to keep an eye on the top left-hand corner as 5 trios are going to be hammered by the Storm Surge Child.
Scrams will be safe for now, and Alex will go down, so that reboot not working out in the best way, but giving Clement, Stormy Right, and Vanyak a little bit of boost on the overall points they'll have. Looks like Thomas HD's the only base that actually doesn't have a hat on it. They're the only ones over-peaking vertically at everyone else. Everyone else is just kind of chilling inside, making sure everything is safe and secured. Even with the damage, though, it's not enough for Floki Clement and Deceptos. Might have got 1 free elimination, might have got a little bit of damage on a knocked body, but unfortunately, they're going to be 105 below Surge in the Convergence. You can't refarm. You can't really super reposition. You have to go straight for other people's builds. And because of that situation, you'll see the 4th place trio go down in this second last game of EU. Nikov, Egram, and Nakos, they're up in their live right now. They're kind of in home turf as well. This is very close to where they drop next to that gorge. It's very central. They have a good lay of the land. But the people who have a very good lay of the airspace and how these end games work, Fast Roki, Aqua, CRR still a little of a percentage chance they can make the whole competition even, but their main focus right now is to just make sure they make second place untouchable by any other team. They didn't go down a little bit earlier in the last game, and that 3rd place team won the game overall, making things super close. All that has to happen right now is making sure that retake or whatever it is, everyone's on the same page. Last time, Basroki went down a little bit too early, and the whole trio cracked under the pressure.
We saw that a common theme during the qualifier as well, just opening up edits at the wrong time. But our match number 10, what did we talk about? Opening up edits at the wrong time. Flanada opens up his, and it's just like whap, whap, whap right away. A couple headshots and a body shot. Destroy any semblance of shield. A couple of chug splashes going to be used, but I don't actually like that call. Should have held those on. Yes, Scram did need a little bit of a top off on the opposite side, but you could have accomplished that with minis and the med kits that they have there. They also have the big pots, chug splashes being so effective in the later game. Michael picking up a triplet of elims there in the feed in the top left-hand corner, trying to close the gap, doing his +6, and Chayo we're into the cascading placement point. So each trio that falls is an additional point, and Seti, Cammy, and Teak are there yet again. They haven't placed outside the top 10. They are your champions at this point. Nobody can catch them. There's no math. Nothing could happen unless literally they went out last game, and Aqua ended up getting like 45 plus eliminations, but it doesn't matter because Aqua gets bopped. Top right-hand corner goes to take the launch pad. We've seen the traps come out before, and now it's going to be on CRR and Jastroki to try and keep a little bit of a lead. But honestly, Flonada, Scram, and Hellfire, they've looked much better. My eyes are in the bottom right-hand corner as they're rotating towards the front side of the zone. But don't forget the top left-hand, as you can see, players taking to the sky and trying to get up on the high ground of CRR. Also going to launch pad and trying to catch back up. Eyes on the bottom right-hand, though, Shayo.
Yep, a very close battle between second and third. The 3rd place team on the bottom right of Flowis, Scram, and Hellfire are in a better spot. As soon as I say that, a little bit of rat-a-tat on the Flowis back. Unfortunately, loses a little bit of that shield, but has the harpoon and a launch pad to make a big play. All they have to do is wait 5 seconds for the zone to lock in. Korok, Splash, and Milwaukee on the left side of your screen have high ground, but notice they're not doing much with it in terms of pressure. Why? There's a trap falling from the skies, and Austin Thomas HD flopper plays all the way in the shadow formation, end up dropping down and taking control of height. Meanwhile, lots of people flying towards the skies, the 3rd place team being one of them. Big fights for Ice Flow. Queasy ends up mashing through, and they're going fine. Flowis on the low damage. It's getting tough now, just 50 above. They survive somehow, slightly, are ahead of the zone, but have to really make it past another obstacle. It's a different team they're fighting on the bottom right. Just pay attention to your feeds right now. It's getting crazy. They actually pick up that elimination, stay alive. Meanwhile, CRR is actually just running through the whole lobby. 500 damage above on the top right of your screen. Still alive with Fast Roki. As a duo, they're doing the impossible and keeping the dream of second place secured for their team.
And CRR picked up 2 fantastic solo eliminations by diving down in the box, but he did it when he had the SMG on swap with the charge. Now opting to only have the burst makes his individual clutches much more difficult, and as he loses his teammate, it's going to be that much harder for Strokey going down. CRR trying to continue that battle for the second place spot. You can see that Flow has ended up going down, so it's not Hellfire and OO Scram in the bottom right-hand corner. We're going to tune in with Hellfire, just doing the tarping, keeping them in front of the zone. We're into the top 7 for Strokey. Does finally end up going down. I don't think I've seen Seti, Cammy, and Teak go down, so they got yet another top 8 performance going through, but CRR is not stopping. Gets another knock onto Wickle, but CRR will finally get taken down. That's a 7th place spot for him. Keeping an eye, though, Hellfire and Scram, they're going to be able to pass here. There are tons of eliminations on CRR, but they should be able to make up the difference in placement points, assuming they can outlast. They will be able to pick up an elim there, but they need to get the confirmation, and no, they go down in 6. So actually, I think CRR and Co might have stretched that lead out a little bit, but Seti, Cammy, and Teak trying to close it with a BR. Cammy already down. Teak sitting on 3 eliminations, has the legendary pump.
What's good, me boy?